Darkwing Duck, Shadow of Vengeance. When the mask returns, so does the war. Years after hanging up his cape, Drake Mallard thought his life of shadows and showdowns was over. He was wrong. When tragedy strikes at the heart of his family, the ghost of Darkwing Duck is reborn, not as a hero, but as a force driven by grief, guilt, and cold vengeance. St. Canard trembles under the storm of rising conspiracies, vanishing villains, and a threat that spans dimensions. As F.O.W.L unveils a terrifying plan known only as Project Dimension Tide, old enemies resurface, and forgotten allies are pulled into a war they never saw coming. But behind every encrypted file, every tactical strike, lies one chilling truth. Someone has figured out who Darkwing Duck really was. Now hunted from within and haunted by loss, Darkwing must walk the line between justice and destruction. With Launchpad by his side and a reclusive genius dragged back into the light, he races to uncover a truth powerful enough to unravel worlds. But when mirrors break and devils rise, will the terror that flaps in the night become the very thing it once fought? Darkwing Duck, Shadow of Vengeance, a fan fiction written by Brian Diaz. Author's notes. Darkwing Duck, Shadow of Vengeance is a fan fiction written with deep love and respect for the Disney Afternoon universe, particularly the world of Darkwing Duck and its connected series. This story stands as both a continuation and a reimagining honoring the legacy of the original series while taking the tone, stakes, and characters into new territory. This narrative also connects to the broader universe of DuckTales, Tailspin, Goof Troop, and Rescue Rangers, weaving together these worlds in a time of crisis and shared legacy. While darker in tone and modern in scope, this remains a love letter to the timeless spirit of these characters, heroes and rogues alike, who, when faced with the impossible, still rise. No profit is intended from this work. This is a tribute for the fans, for the creators, and for the kid in all of us who once dreamed of capes, shadows, and daring to fight back. Nye Bryan, Stillness Before the Storm. Drake Mallard stood at the edge of the grave, the autumn wind tugging at his coat, swirling burnt orange leaves around his boots like restless spirits disturbed from slumber. The sky hung heavy above him, overcast and unfeeling, casting a cold silver sheen over the cemetery. Before him stood a headstone, polished, precise, and unforgiving. Its surface caught the dull light like a blade, a monument as cruel in its permanence as the void it represented. Goslin Mallard. 1999 to 2023. Brilliant. Fierce. Beloved! The words were etched deep into the stone, but they lived even deeper in his heart, carved there like wounds that refused to close. His knees buckled beneath the weight of grief, and he dropped down into the cold, damp soil, the fabric of his slacks absorbing the moisture without protest. His gloved hand reached forward, trembling as it brushed across her name, his fingertips tracing each letter as though sheer longing could summon her back. The name wasn't just her identity, it was his anchor, his reason. His breath caught, a sudden stab of memory. There had been signs. A shadow across her usual route to campus. A van parked too long near the house 2 nights before the attack. A faint, cold dread in his bones that he had pushed aside, rationalized as old reflexes he no longer needed. He had dismissed the warnings, had chosen to believe in peace, in the life they had built, and now his breath came shallow. caught somewhere between mourning and disbelief. The autumn air, sharp with the scent of earth and decay, filled his lungs like glass. His voice, when it came, cracked and small, barely more than a whisper.
I promised you, Gauze.
The wind carried the words away before they could fully form. He swallowed hard.
I told you the mask was gone, that the danger was over, that I'd keep you safe.
His voice broke completely.
But I couldn't.
A single tear slipped down his cheek and vanished into the soil like a vow too late spoken. He reached into his coat pocket and drew out a small, worn bracelet. Blue yarn, faded and frayed, its once bright fibers dulled by time and touch. It was clumsily braided, the kind of craft only a child could make, stitched with more love than skill. She had given it to him on his last birthday. It had lived in the corner of his drawer ever since, until now. He clutched it in both hands, cradling it like a relic, like a memory too precious to release. His eyes shut tightly, and the past came rushing back. A few weeks earlier, the Mallard household glowed with the gentle rhythm of domestic peace. No alarms, no crime waves, just the quiet rituals of normal life. Drake stood in the kitchen, whistling tunelessly as he cooked. The sizzle of eggs in the skillet and the smell of toasting bread filled the air like a symphony of contentment. Sunlight spilled through the windows in warm columns, casting golden slats across the tiled floor. He was no longer Darkwing Duck. He was just Dad. Goslin, now in her early 20s, burst in through the hallway. Her red hair was a bit messier. These days, wild and free, the way she liked it, and she wore a rumpled university hoodie bearing the fading logo of St. Canard University. One hand adjusted the strap of her bag, the other stuffed a breakfast bar into her mouth with effortless multitasking.
You're going to be late.
Drake muttered, without turning from the stove.
Relax, old man. I've got 5 whole minutes.
She said, smirking as she brushed a few crumbs off the counter. Her tone was playful, familiar, tinged with that effortless sarcasm she had mastered by age 10.
If I'm late, I'll just blame you for holding me hostage with your mediocre breakfast.
Drake gasped in mock offense, flipping a slice of toast with exaggerated flourish.
Mediocre? This toast is a culinary masterpiece. They should hang it in a museum.
She laughed, a rich, genuine sound that echoed off the walls and settled in his chest like sunlight. It caught him off guard. How grown she looked now. How the laughter still reminded him of her at 8 years old. Yet her eyes carried the knowing weight of someone who'd glimpsed shadows of the world.
You've been watching the news again.
She teased more softly, leaning briefly against the counter, eyes meeting his.
You never stopped watching the shadows, Dad. You just stopped chasing them.
His smile faltered for half a beat, then returned.
Some shadows are better left alone.
Maybe.
A flicker of sadness crossed her face, gone in a blink. Then she grabbed her bag.
There is something that I need to take care of before heading to school. It shouldn't take too long, and I'll be back after class.
She called, halfway out the door.
We still on for movie night?
Wouldn't miss it.
He replied, a smile creeping across his face. She opened the door. The light of the morning silhouetted her as she turned back one last time, her eyes sparkling with mischief and life. That was the last time he saw her alive. Another memory. 2 hours later. He would never forget the call. It came on a gray afternoon, the kind that pressed down on the world like a lid. The phone rang once, twice, and when he answered, something in the tone of the officer's voice cleaved through his heart before the words. even came.
Mr. Mallard, we're so sorry. There's been an incident.
The drive to the morgue was a haze. The cityscape outside the window had passed like shadows behind glass, meaningless and distant. His hands gripped the steering wheel so tightly that the leather had torn beneath his gloves. No voice, no thought, only a raw, pulsing dread that pounded louder than the engine. Then the room, cold, clinical, walls too white, floors too clean for what they held inside.
You don't have to do this, sir.
The attendant had offered gently. But he had shaken his head. He had to. He had to be the one. He had to be sure. And then the sheet. They pulled it back. And the world ended. It wasn't the bruises that destroyed him. It wasn't the stillness of her chest or the fragile bend of her fingers. It was her eyes, closed forever. The laughter gone. The light gone. The endless mischief and fire gone. He had dropped to his knees, a sound tearing from his throat, a sound not meant for the living, a howl of grief that echoed through the sterile room like a shattering bell.
No. Please. No.
He had whispered it again and again, as if repetition could rewind time. But time was deaf. He remembered clutching her limp hand, ice cold and small in his grip, pressing it to his lips as the tears came in torrents. The bracelet, he had thought of it then. The one in his drawer. The one she had made him.
I'm so sorry.
They had found him there an hour later, still on the floor, whispering her name. Back in the present. The graveyard stood still, wrapped in silence, broken only by the whispering wind. Drake rose slowly, each movement deliberate, as though fighting the gravity of the moment. The bracelet hung loosely in his fingers. With reverence, he slipped it over his wrist. It clung there, not as a shackle, but as a tether to the only thing that had ever truly mattered. And that's when the realization hit him. This wasn't random. This wasn't a tragic accident. They had come for her, to hurt him. The fiendish organization for world larceny, F.O.W.L, had claimed his daughter not in a fit of blind chaos, not as unintended collateral damage, but with precise cruelty. It was a message, a lesson, a punishment for the man who once made them tremble, and he hadn't seen it coming. He had been too far removed from that life, too soft, too comfortable, too duck-like. His breath caught in his throat. The pain in his chest deepened. Not grief now, but guilt.
They came for me.
He whispered, voice hoarse and bitter.
They took her because I walked away. Because I thought I could have a normal life.
His hands balled into fists. His shoulders tightened beneath the weight of everything he had tried to forget.
I promised you
He rasped, barely holding the words together.
that the mask was gone, that I would never let that world touch you again, that I would never put my life on the line again, that I would only be just Dad.
He stood in the biting wind, long coat flaring behind him like a cape forgotten. His silhouette stretched long over the marble stones.
But I can't stay retired. Not anymore.
The pain in his voice hardened into something else. Resolve. His breath came deeper now, stronger, controlled.
I swear to you, Goslin, I will make them pay for what they've done.
As he turned from the grave, The world seemed to shift with him. The leaves no longer danced. They scattered, as if fleeing from something that had just awakened. Drake Mallard walked away from his daughter's grave, but what left that cemetery was Darkwing Duck. Chapter 2. Beneath the Bridge. The sky over St. Canard was slate gray, the kind of cold, hollow daylight that carried no warmth. Drake Mallard, no, Darkwing Duck, stood before a rusted maintenance hatch beneath the arched underbelly of the city's northernmost suspension bridge. Moss crept along the concrete edges. The place hadn't seen life in years. He entered the old code. 4 digits, Goslin's birthday, and the door hissed open with a metallic groan. Inside, the lair was a tomb. Dust coated every surface. Cobwebs laced the ceiling like hanging shrouds. Old techs sat lifeless on metal tables, gas guns, grappling pistols, smoke bombs. Some prototypes that he hadn't had the time to make work back then. He stood in the silence, letting the air sting his lungs, then exhaled slowly.
Playtime's over.
Within minutes, the lights flickered to life. The generator rumbled awake like a beast long asleep. Screens blinked on. Systems booted. The shadow grid flickered. On the main monitor, mapping St. Canard's crime networks from outdated surveillance nodes.
Obsolete.
He muttered.
All of it.
Darkwing pulled a crate from a hidden wall panel, revealing components Goslin had once helped him stash. A portable fusion cell, tactical processors, an AI target calibration chip. Her handwriting marked each label. For a moment, he froze. In the dusty silence, an echo stirred. Her voice, bright with mischief.
Dad, this gear is practically ancient. You seriously gonna fight bad guys with that?
A hollow smile flickered.
You'd be surprised.
He'd answered back then. But he didn't look away. Instead, he got to work. Over the next hours, he stripped down every weapon, every suit mod, every vehicle schematic. The gas gun, once used for sleep darts and concussive puffs, was reconfigured to fire charge bolts, capable of stunning or stopping a threat permanently. The grappling hook was upgraded to discharge high-voltage pulses. Smoke bombs were rebuilt to function as flashbangs or incendiaries, depending on configuration. The suit's body armor was reinforced with reactive nanofiber mesh, capable of absorbing impact, deflecting blades, even resisting energy bursts. This wasn't about flash anymore. No smoke and mirrors. No dramatic entrances. It was about efficiency, survival, justice by any means necessary. By the time he stood before the cracked mirror in the corner of the hideout, the purple and black suit had changed too. Leaner, heavier in places, lined with reinforced armor and internal comms. The cape now concealed not just flare, but drones. The hat was embedded with an uplink visor. The old mask felt tight, felt right. He looked himself in the eye, and for a breath, her voice echoed again, soft, distant.
Don't let the mask wear you, Dad.
He straightened.
I'm not here to scare them.
He said coldly.
I'm here to end them.
He turned toward the console and uploaded the last known data from F.O.W.L into the system. Red blips began to populate the map.
You drew first blood.
He muttered.
Now I'm gonna drown you in your own.
The map glowed. The hunt had begun. St. Canard didn't sleep. Not anymore. The city glowed under a curtain of rain. neon reflections bleeding across puddled rooftops and shadow-drenched alleyways. Thunder rolled over the skyline like the growl of some ancient beast. Darkwing Duck stood perched atop the crumbling edge of an abandoned office building, his cape whipping behind him like a torn flag. The upgraded suit glinted under the lightning, no longer a symbol of flamboyance, but of war. Below, a siren wailed like a wounded animal lost in the storm. Every light, a potential lie, every shadow, a weapon. He had crossed the line just by putting the mask back on. He could feel it in his bones. This wasn't hero work. This was something darker, something colder. Then a voice behind him, low, sincere, and heavy with sorrow.
I'm so sorry for your loss.
Darkwing didn't turn. He didn't need to,
I figured you'd show up eventually.
he said flatly, eyes still locked on the street below.
Go home, Launchpad.
But the footsteps came closer. Rain spattered against the yellow slicker. A soaked red scarf clung to the shape of the only man stubborn enough to follow him this far.
I just couldn't stay away.
Launchpad said quietly.
She meant a lot to me too, you know. Gauze was like a daughter to me.
Darkwing's jaw clenched. The ache in his chest deepened.
She was my daughter, Launchpad. Go home. This isn't your fight.
Launchpad stepped beside him, rain trickling down his face, matting the feathers at his neck.
That's where you're wrong,
He said gently.
This is exactly my fight, because I loved her too, and because I know what you're planning to do.
Darkwing finally turned, eyes narrow behind the mask.
You don't know anything.
I know you're not patching that suit for crowd control.
Launchpad said, glancing at the reinforced gear.
I know you're not tweaking that gas gun to knock anyone out.
Darkwing froze.
And I know, if I let you go it alone, you might not come back from what you're about to become.
The silence between them was deafening, filled only by the hiss of rain and distant sirens. Darkwing looked away, voice low.
I'm not playing the hero this time, LP. I'm gonna find them, and when I do, I'm gonna make damn sure they can't hurt anyone else ever again.
I figured.
Launchpad said softly.
That's why I'm here.
What?
Because it's what you are planning on doing that I have to be here.
Launchpad said, his voice now steady.
Someone's got to make sure you don't go too far. Someone who won't let you become something Goslin wouldn't recognize.
Darkwing's shoulders slumped, just slightly.
She was the last thing keeping me from slipping. She kept me from crossing the line.
Then let me be the next.
Launchpad said.
Let me help, not because I think I can stop you, but because I don't want you to be alone when you find them. You shouldn't be alone in this.
For a long moment, nothing moved. Just the wind, the water, the weight of grief between two men who had loved the same girl like family. Finally, Darkwing spoke.
This isn't going to be like last time. Things have changed. I'm not the same duck I used to be.
Launchpad nodded.
Good, because I'm not the same either.
Chapter 3. The Shadow Returns. The rain had slowed, but the air still hung heavy, thick with steam rising off the pavement, from the top of a crumbling tenement in South Street. Canard, Darkwing Duck crouched like a gargoyle, peering into a nondescript alley behind a grimy warehouse. Below, a lone figure emerged from a side door, clutching a duffel bag and moving with practiced paranoia. Darkwing tapped his visor, his HUD flickering to life. Name: Clive Ratch. F.O.W.L. Affiliation: Courier Level, Street Division. Launchpad: over comms.
That's him, right? Clive something?
Darkwing?
Ratch. Small-time runner, mostly messages and microdrives. But someone gave him orders. And tonight, he gives us names.
Launchpad.
You know, back in the day, you'd have had a pun or a smoke bomb by now.
Darkwing. Coldly.
Not tonight.
He dropped silently from the rooftop, landing in the alley just as Clive struck a match. Before the flame touched the cigarette, a gloved hand slammed him into the brick wall. Clive.
Jesus! What the fuck?
His eyes widened. The hat? The cape? The mask?
No way. You're supposed to be...
Gone?
His voice was low. Razor sharp.
Surprise.
Clive struggled. Darkwing twisted his wrist, and the duffel dropped to the ground. He shoved Clive down, boot heavy on his chest. Launchpad. Over comms.
DW, don't kill him.
Darkwing?
He's lucky I'm not angrier.
He knelt, pressing the barrel of his modified gas gun to Clive's temple. The weapon's light flicked from blue to red.
You work for F.O.W.L. You moved something 3 nights ago. Unmarked van, North Pier, blacked out windows. Tell me what it was.
Clive. Panicked.
I don't know. I swear, I just move the bags. I don't ask questions.
Darkwing.
Wrong answer.
He twisted a dial on the gun. It clicked ominously. Launchpad firmly.
DW, he's a rat, not a boss. You start frying messengers, we lose the message.
Darkwing paused. Finger hovering over the trigger. Rain dripped from the brim of his hat. Then he lowered the weapon, just slightly.
Then talk. Now. Or I swear, what comes next will make you wish I had pulled the trigger.
Clive.
Okay. North Pier was a front. They were moving something big. Tech, something glowing. Guards in visors like military, not street thugs.
Darkwing.
Where did it go?
Clive.
I don't know. I handed the drop to a guy named Tesser. That's all, I swear.
Darkwing stared into Clive's trembling eyes. Then he fired, a stun dart sinking into Clive's neck. The courier collapsed, twitching into unconsciousness. Launchpad.
Was that necessary?
Darkwing.
He'll wake up with a headache and a story to tell. Let F.O.W.L know the game's changed.
He opened the duffel. Tech components, encrypted drives, a F.O.W.L pass card, and something else. Tucked in a side pouch, a photo of a suited man marked Tesser Priority in red ink. Flashback. Years ago. The orphanage buzzed faintly under flickering lights. St. Canard Orphanage for Wayward Youths. Halfway home, halfway prison. She wasn't supposed to matter. Just another kid caught in a storm. His job was simple. Rescue and deliver her to authorities. But that was before he saw her. 10, maybe 11. Bruised, defiant, swinging a frying pan at a F.O.W.L agent when he arrived. Torn hoodie. Bloody lip. Still standing. Somewhere in the orphanage air hung the faint scent of burnt toast. Oddly comforting. Years later, that same scent would drift from their kitchen on quiet mornings.
So you're the clown in purple they sent to save me?
She asked, deadpan.
I'm not a clown.
He replied, keeping his voice steady.
I'm the terror that flaps in the night.
Cool.
She said, shrugging.
I'm the kid who just saved your ass.
And for the first time in years, he smiled. She was supposed to go into the system. He was supposed to walk away. Neither of them did. Back to present. Darkwing stood still, hand resting on the strap of the duffel, His fingers brushed the soaked bracelet on his wrist. This city had taken her from him. Now it was going to give something back. Later that night, North Pier. The docks were too quiet. Shipping containers stood stacked like tombstones, shadows jagged beneath flickering floodlights. Launchpad, overcoms.
Security's light, but something feels off, like they're waiting.
Darkwing.
They are. They're waiting for me.
He moved through the shadows, efficient, silent. This wasn't street crime. The tech Clive had moved wasn't random. It was organized, strategic, dangerous. He reached the target container marked faintly with a F.O.W.L sigil under a fresh layer of paint. Inside, power cores, destabilized energy converters, something suspiciously close to a portable fusion drive. Not smuggled. Staged. Then, Launchpad. Urgent.
DW, we've got movement. East End. 4 incoming.
4 figures emerged from the darkness. Black combat armor. Glowing red visors. Darkwing.
Told you they were waiting.
He dropped a charge and dove just as it detonated in a blinding flash of blue-white light. The first enforcer hit the ground hard. The second took a stun dart mid-charge. He rolled behind a crate as plasma bolts zipped past. As he rolled behind a crate, her voice echoed sharp and clear in his mind.
Don't quit on me, Dad.
He surged forward. Launchpad, firing from a rooftop.
You always pick the best hangouts.
Darkwing.
Less commentary, more cover fire.
It was fast. Brutal. Within minutes, the last enforcer stumbled backward, only to find a gas gun pressed to his face. Darkwing.
Where's Tesser?
No reply. Just blood. Fear.
Tell him the shadow's back. And this time, I don't miss.
He pulled the trigger. The visor sparked as the enforcer dropped. The HUD on Darkwing's visor pinged, coordinates located, an abandoned robotics facility on the East End. They had a name. They had a target. And they were just getting started. Chapter 4. The Cogs of Conspiracy. Rain tapped in dull rhythms against the black glass roof of the Klangtech robotics facility, a squat, brutalist hulk tucked deep in the industrial belt south of St. Canard. From the shadows of a nearby warehouse, Darkwing Duck surveyed the compound through infrared lenses.
Launchpad, you reading me?
He whispered.
Crystal, DW.
Came the reply in his earpiece, Launchpad's voice laced with concern.
Schematics show 3 floors above ground, 2 sublevels. You're heading into the old service entrance, north side behind the coolant silos.
Darkwing's cape fluttered slightly as he moved, melting into the gloom. The entrance was unguarded, suspiciously so.
Too easy.
He thought, tension tightening his chest.
They want me inside.
He slipped inside. The interior was dim, lit only by the flicker of humming machinery. Rows of half-assembled drones hung from rails like mechanical corpses. Darkwing crept along catwalks, dispatching patrolling guards with clinical precision. Nerve strikes, garrote wires, shock darts.
Facilities working on high-efficiency assault drones.
Launchpad said over comms.
Heat signatures suggest the West Wing loading bay is active. Looks like they're prepping for mass shipment.
Shipment to where?
Encrypted manifests. But there's a name, Tesser. He's running this show.
Darkwing scowled.
Then I'm about to crash his party.
The hallway leading to Tesser's control chamber was lined with cameras and pressure plates. Darkwing rolled, ducked, and dove, disabling systems with precision EMP pellets. Bodies of unconscious guards marked his path. The deeper he went, the fewer henchmen he encountered, as if the way had been cleared. He kicked in a heavy blast door. Inside, a lone figure turned slowly. Tesser, a wiry duck with cybernetic arms and glowing red optics. His voice buzzed like static.
Welcome, Darkwing. You're right on time.
The door slammed shut behind him. Gas hissed from the vents.
Launchpad, it's a trap.
Static. The lights cut. Infrared vision flared. Tesser vanished into the dark. Autoguns popped from the walls. Darkwing dove behind cover, deploying smoke grenades. A blur. Tesser attacked with razor-sharp claws. Mechanical precision. Lethal speed, but Darkwing fought smarter. He baited Tesser into exposed conduits, blasted circuits with arc charges. A brutal dance in darkness. Tesser reeled.
You fool. You don't know what you've interrupted.
I don't care.
Darkwing growled. For a heartbeat, her face flickered. In his mind, eyes bright, daring him forward. He surged towards the control panel. Tesser moved to intercept him. He slammed a charged baton into Tesser's chest. Tesser spasmed and collapsed. Cracks split the walls. The gas had begun corroding the supports. The entire wing was crumbling. Darkwing blasted the door and sprinted through the facility, alarms howling. He leapt from the roof as the west wing imploded in a fireball, the explosion painting the sky with flame. Silence. Then static.
DW, you out? Launchpad's voice crackled, frantic. Darkwing, do you copy? Come on, buddy, answer me.
No response.
Drake?
A long pause. Then, through smoke and grit, coughing into his comms.
I'm okay. Barely.
He sounded like hell. But he was alive. On a rooftop across from the blast zone, Launchpad slumped against a vent unit, rain mixing with the tears sliding down his cheek. He exhaled, one hand gripping his headset.
Don't ever do that again, man.
Darkwing, panting soot-streaked, stared at the flaming wreckage below. Meanwhile, at an undisclosed location, deep beneath an unassuming government building, behind retinal scanners and voice-locked vaults, the Council of F.O.W.L convened. A chamber of shadow and steel, lit only by floating holograms and streaming data. 5 cloaked figures sat at an obsidian table, silent titans of conspiracy. At the center, a projection replayed the burning ruin of Clangtech. A distorted voice broke the silence. Director Ramrod.
He's back.
None responded at first. The image of Darkwing Duck, cape torn, limping from the flames, flickered in ghostly light. Counselor Nix, cold amused.
So the death of the girl did stir the corpse to rise.
Counselor Havoc, dismissive.
We underestimated grief. The facility's loss is significant.
Counselor Volturetta, calculating.
Not entirely. Clangtech was bait. The drones were outdated. Tesser, expendable.
Counselor Grimm, soft, reverent.
Pain refines resolve. Let him rage. His path leads exactly where we need it to.
Ramrod leaned forward, shadow etched deep across his face. Ramrod?
Goslin Mallard was his anchor. Without her, he's not a vigilante. He's a weapon.
A pause. Even these war-hardened minds stilled at the weight of it. Havoc.
You're playing with fire. If he reaches the core.
Volturetta.
He won't. Not yet.
Nyx.
Let him chase phantoms. Every fight bleeds him. Every truth breaks him.
Grim.
And when he's broken, he's ours.
They turn back to the feed. Darkwing swallowed by smoke. Ramrod, coldly.
Initiate Phase 2. Let him believe he's winning.
The chamber dimmed. One by one, holograms faded, leaving only red light and silence. Director Ramrod, alone. Ramrod did not rise. He leaned back in his chair, bathed in sterile light. On a smaller monitor before him, footage played in reverse. Drake Mallard, crawling from the rubble, bloodied, burned, alive. He smiled. Not triumph. Satisfaction. Control.
I always wondered who the pest was under the mask.
He muttered.
Then I looked closer. Too many anomalies. Disappearances, coincidences. The same damn duck behind both faces.
He tapped the screen with a gloved finger.
Drake Mallard, retired, reclusive, grieving father.
Leaning in, voice softer now.
And now, predictable.
The screen shifted. Grainy footage of Darkwing's hideout. Shadows moving. Someone else.
Must be that damn sidekick, the pilot.
He thought. Ramrod's eyes narrowed.
So many secrets in that little sanctuary,
he said.
And not all of them belong to him.
He leaned back again, chuckling quietly.
Pain makes good puppets,
Ramrod whispered, almost lovingly.
Let's see how long he keeps dangling at the end of his strings before he understands the truth.
The lights dimmed fully. Fade to black. Chapter 5. Ghosts in the Code. The hideout beneath the bridge was cold tonight. Screens blinked with salvaged data from the Clangtech robotics facility. Drones, patrol logs, shipping manifests. It was all half scrambled, like F.O.W.L wanted to be found, but only in the way they chose. One file, however, stood apart. Triple encrypted. Red tagged. Silent. Project. Dimension Tide. A chill traced his spine. Whatever this was, it wasn't just tech. It was personal. Darkwing Duck stood rigid at the console, his silhouette etched in the pale glow of the screen. Across the room, Launchpad McQuack rotated his bruised shoulder beneath the compress, watching the code scroll like static lightning.
I've seen a lot of encryptions in my time, DW, but this is black budget, military grade. No way F.O.W.L cooked it up on their own.
Darkwing didn't respond. His eyes were locked on the file's name, but his mind was drifting somewhere colder. He snapped out of it. Fingers flew across the keyboard, bypassing surface encryption. The file resisted, layers of ghost code and data decoys. Finally, a fragment bled through. Static. Then words. Project. Dimension Tide. Phase 3. Crosspoint calibration. Subject anomalies. Observed. Resonance field breach. Imminent risk. Stabilization assets. Compromised. Required component. Subject W. Redacted. Darkwing's breath caught.
Resonance? Breach?
He whispered.
DW.
Launchpad said, leaning closer.
This isn't weapons design. It's something bigger.
Darkwing nodded grimly.
Something that could tear the city apart. Or worse.
He tapped another command. A partial schematic appeared, an intricate field generator surrounding what looked like a dimensional anchor. Some notes referred to an entity or signal outside normal space. The file ended there, cut off, as though someone had pulled the plug mid-transmission. Darkwing stared at the blank screen.
She was chasing this.
He muttered.
Goslin knew. And they killed her for it.
Launchpad's voice softened.
DW. Maybe you should take a second.
No.
He forced his voice steady.
We move forward.
Flashback. A mask without the cape. The rain outside the orphanage fell soft and steady, like the world had forgotten how to move forward. Inside, Goslin Waddlemeyer sat curled in a corner of the common room, hugging her knees. She refused to blink. If she blinked, the grief might slip in. If she spoke, it might become real.
Goslin,
The matron called gently.
someone's here for you.
She didn't move. Drake Mallard stepped into the doorway, gaunt, bruised, arm in a sling, bandages across his brow. He looked like he'd walked out of a wreck and forgot to stop. The wreck had a name. Taurus Bulba. The fight had been brutal, closer than it should have been. Bulba's cybernetic fist had crushed two of his ribs. His left arm barely worked. The burns across his brow came from the last charge blast that should have ended him. And Goslin had been there, trapped in the chaos, fighting beside him, refusing to back down. Until the last moment. Launchpad had pulled her out, kicking and screaming, as the building collapsed behind them. The last thing she'd seen was Darkwing Duck standing alone, bloodied, facing down Bulba's final onslaught. She thought he had died. Now Drake Mallard stood in her doorway, carrying those same Ursaim wounds. But he wasn't supposed to be Darkwing Duck. At least not to her.
You're not from the system.
No.
You're not my caseworker either. I checked.
I'm just someone who made a promise.
To who?
Instead of answering, he walked to the center table and carefully pulled something from inside his coat. He placed it down like it was made of glass. A purple fedora, burned along the edges, torn slightly across the brim. Her breath caught. She knew that hat.
Darkwing Duck,
She whispered.
He couldn't be here today,
Drake said softly.
but he asked me to give this to you.
You know him?
I've worked with him before. I've trusted him. He trusted me.
You're lying.
He laughs.
You're right. Can't put anything past you.
He looks around and then takes one of the wrap bandages and slides it down under his eyes to mimic a mask.
I am him. I never said I was good at disguises.
She stood slowly, warily, the edges of her heart beginning to shift.
You showed up late.
I almost didn't show up at all.
She stepped to the table, picked up the hat, and held it close. Her chin trembled. She smelled of rain and dust, and something faintly sweet, like bubble gum, long since lost in her pocket.
I like you better in the cape.
Drake's breath caught. For a split second, the weight of her trust almost undid him. He knelt.
Then I'll wear it again. For you.
Then she hugged him like she'd decided that if he didn't belong in her life yet, she'd make damn sure he would.
Don't leave me again.
I won't. I promise.
He meant it with everything he had. Back to present. The search. Darkwing's fingers flexed at his sides as he pulled himself back from the memory.
She always saw through the mask.
He muttered. Launchpad looked up.
You thinking about her?
She would have cracked this already. We're just standing in the dust she left behind.
He tapped the encrypted file.
If we're going to break this, we need the one person who could keep up with her.
Launchpad nodded. More solemn now.
Honker.
Herbert Muddlefoot Jr. had always been a savant. Even as a kid, he was writing his own operating systems and solving theoretical math puzzles for fun. He didn't just understand machines, he anticipated them. By the time other kids were learning cursive, Honker was playing with quantum mechanics. He rose fast, accepted into Black Ops academic circles, contributing anonymously to classified papers, consulting for agencies that didn't have names. And then he vanished. No scandal, no send-off, just silence. He'd erased himself completely.
That was over a year before Goss died.
Launchpad said.
I think she knew where he went. I think they were working on something. Something big.
Darkwing's throat tightened. Calling Honker in meant dragging him through the same fire that had already claimed so much.
She trusted him.
Darkwing said quietly.
They were close. Closer than she ever told me.
Launchpad nodded.
She called him her other brother, said he kept her grounded, and that he understood things even she didn't.
Darkwing's jaw clenched.
And F.O.W.L made sure she didn't live to finish it.
Launchpad exhaled.
Whatever they were into, it wasn't just theory. It scared people. People who could bury anything.
He tapped at his laptop.
Honker
goes by Neuroquack now. Last signal came from an encrypted server buried in the shell of an old library downtown. Dead system node. Barely breathing. But it's him. Darkwing stared at the pulsing file again.
He doesn't even know she's gone.
Launchpad's voice cracked. Just a little.
No.
A long silence.
Then we don't just need his help,
Darkwing said.
We owe him the truth.
He grabbed his cape, holstered his gear, then paused. His eyes falling on a photo pinned near the console. Goslin and Honker. Faces smeared with soot. Grinning like nothing in the world could touch them.
She trusted him. So will we.
You want to go quiet?
Darkwing's voice was low. Steady? Dangerous?
We always go quiet. Until we don't.
He stared at the photo one beat longer.
Hold on, Honker.
He thought.
We're coming.
Chapter 6. The Boy Who Vanished. The 9th Street Library had been condemned for over a decade. Its skeletal frame sat buried in a sea of broken street lamps and graffiti-tagged silence. Half the windows were boarded, the rest shattered. A rusted chain-link fence barely clung to its posts, forgotten by the city and deliberately ignored by anyone who mattered. But beneath the rot and silence, something lived. Darkwing Duck crouched beside the southern fire escape, scanning the windows through infrared optics. He spoke into his comms mic.
Third floor's got heat signatures, dim but patterned. Machinery, not people.
You think he's got AI running interference?
Wouldn't be Honker if he didn't.
They climbed the fire escape in silence. Well, as much silence as Launchpad could manage, and reached a cracked window flanked by faded signs for overdue books and summer reading drives. Darkwing placed a magnetic bypass on the security sensor buried in the rotting frame.
Let's go, Ghost.
Inside, the air was dry, thick with dust. Empty shelves stretched like gravestones into the dark, and crumbling pages littered the floor. But beyond that, humming. Faint, electric. Darkwing motioned forward, sweeping silently past derelict bookshelves. A small elevator in the back, hidden behind what used to be a YA fiction sign, blinked faintly with blue LED light. Honker's point of view. 3 floors below, Herbert Honker Muddlefoot Jr. sat inside a cocoon of wires, fiber optics, and retrofitted tech. Old microfilm readers had been gutted and reborn as decryption nodes. Towering server stacks pulsed softly behind him. The only light came from a hovering holographic UI that glowed like a digital ghost. He hadn't seen daylight in days, weeks, but he was close. His hands darted across a fractured keyboard as he traced a foreign digital signature, a worm someone else had embedded in a military archive weeks ago. Not his work. Goslin's. It had started before he vanished, before he erased his name and buried himself beneath the library. She'd come to him in secret, tense, serious. Said someone was combing through old surveillance archives, behavior patterns, trying to connect faces to masks.
Someone's trying to find out my dad's secret identity. Help me hide him.
She'd said.
Help me hide us both.
They had worked in shadows ever since, carefully, remotely. And now, the trail she left behind was all he had left. He hadn't eaten since... when? The wrappers littered the floor, untouched. His eyes burned, red-veined. Sleep was a luxury he couldn't afford, not until he knew what happened to her. His hands hovered above the keys.
God, Gauze, where the hell are you?
The signal she left, encrypted, fractured, splintered, across firewalls, had haunted him since she went dark. They'd been collaborating in secret just as the threads began to form around Project Dimension Tide. She promised to send him the final sequence. It never came. He hadn't heard from her since. A chat window blinked in the corner of his terminal. GWM, last active, 41 days ago. His throat tightened.
I told you not to poke this bear.
Then the motion sensors tripped. Back upstairs. Darkwing froze as a low-frequency chime echoed down the stairwell.
He knows we're here.
That good or bad?
We're about to find out.
They reached the elevator, ancient but humming with fresh power. A keypad glowed faintly beneath a camera rigged from a gutted drone. Before Darkwing could hack it, the door slid open. An invitation or a trap. Darkwing's eyes narrowed.
Honker's still honker.
They stepped inside. The elevator hissed open with a hydraulic sigh, revealing a cavernous basement bathed in cold blue light. Makeshift servers buzzed like insects. Cables hung like synthetic vines from the ceiling. The place was chaos, controlled chaos, wired with obsession. At its heart, crouched in a modular cockpit stitched together from dead tech and neural scaffolds, was Honker Muddlefoot. He turned, weapon raised. A homemade energy pulse cannon. Ugly, efficient, and very live.
Back off.
He warned.
You're not supposed to be here.
Honker, it's us,
said Launchpad, hands raised. Darkwing stepped forward, voice calm.
You're getting rusty. We found you.
Recognition flickered across Honker's face. He lowered the cannon slowly, blinking behind cracked augmented lenses.
Launchpad? DW? What the hell are you two doing here?
We need help,
Darkwing said.
We found something, encrypted. Something called Project Dimension Tide.
Honker's expression shifted. He backed into his seat at the main terminal, hands hovering above the keys but not typing. Not yet.
I was afraid of that. I was hoping it was just a ghost trace.
What is it?
Launchpad asked. Honker didn't answer. He just stared, searching their faces for something. Answers, courage, or confirmation of what he already feared.
Where's Goslin?
Darkwing and Launchpad hesitated. Honker's voice sharpened.
I lost contact with her over a month ago. She was working on something important and would not have brought you two into the fold unless something big was about to happen. Where is she?
Darkwing stepped forward, removed his hat. His voice was raw.
She's gone, Honker.
Honker froze. Breath caught. Time suspended.
What? No. No, she said she'd stay low. I begged her to be careful. She can't be gone. No, no. She said she was chasing a lead.
A lead?
Darkwing echoed.
What lead?
She thought someone figured out who you were.
Darkwing stiffened.
You mean?
She never told me how. Just that something was spreading underground. Pattern recognition, behavior analysis. She believed someone high up pieced it together. She didn't want to drag you into it.
Honker said.
She thought if they didn't know you were connected, you'd be safe.
Darkwing clenched his jaw.
I thought they took her to punish me. I never asked how they knew where to strike. I should have known. I should have known. But what does my secret identity have to do with this dimension-tied weapon?
Project. Dimension Tide isn't a weapon. It's a breach protocol. Cross-dimensional infrastructure.
He turned the terminal. Ancient code scrolled past. Military tags, mixed with something else.
They're using something older, and she found the entry point.
Silence.
Then we stop them.
Launchpad said.
No, we end them.
Darkwing replied. Honker pulled up a new data thread.
She never sent the final code. I kept the chat line open, pinged her every day.
His voice cracked. Then came the images. Megavolt, Quackerjack, Bushroot, the Liquidator, Negaduck.
The Fearsome Five.
Launchpad muttered.
Gone.
Honker said.
Every site had background radiation, same as dimension-tied signals.
Flashback. The final stand of the Justice Ducks. A superstorm. Chaos in the streets. Darkwing, Morgana, Stegmut, Neptunia, and Gizmo Duck. The Justice Ducks. Outclassed and outgunned. The Fearsome Five didn't rob. They destroyed. Data centers. Grid hubs. Labs. Negaduck led them.
We've been pawns long enough. This time, we burn the board.
The battle raged. Darkwing fought Negaduck, and then they fled, vanished, back to the hideout.
They used them,
Honker said.
then erased them. But how did they know?
Honker asked.
How did they find her?
I assumed it was about me.
Darkwing said.
But they knew.
Honker typed.
No slip-ups, no leaks. If they traced her, it wasn't technical.
They had someone inside.
Launchpad said.
Or, Darkwing whispered, someone figured it out. Algorithmically.
Honker looked up.
She believed someone cracked your identity, matched behavior patterns.
And once they had that,
they just had to follow the girl home.
A silence heavier than grief. Then,
if someone figured out who you are,
Honker said,
they could figure out who Negaduck is too.
You think he's still alive?
No trace, no body, no radiation spike.
He either went first, or he's the one they couldn't control.
Darkwing's eyes narrowed.
Then we find him.
So, what do we do now?
Launchpad asked. Darkwing's voice came back like steel.
We hunt the devil.
This wasn't justice anymore, Darkwing thought. This was war, and he was done playing hero. Chapter 7. The Devil in the Dark. Somewhere far below St. Canard, past abandoned subway lines and half-forgotten utility tunnels, a room pulsed with erratic red light. A makeshift war room carved into the bones of a forgotten fallout shelter. Old tech buzzed in the corners. Cracked monitors flickered with static-choked feeds. Burned-out schematics. Surveillance footage corrupted by interference. On the far wall, scrawled in blood-red spray paint, "Trust no one." Negaduck sat in the center of it all, hunched on a rusted steel chair, cloak draped around him like a vulture's wings. His yellow and black hat lay beside a heap of shattered screens, his face lit only by the pulsing red glow of a salvaged emergency battery pack. He hadn't slept in days, but he remembered everything.
They came for us in waves.
He muttered the words aloud, half curse, half confession.
Bushroot. You poor leafy bastard didn't even know what hit you. Megavolt, Quackerjack, and Liquidator. They had no right to take you from me.
But Negaduck saw the pattern faster than the others, because he was smarter, meaner, more paranoid, and when the shadows came for him, he was ready. They didn't expect resistance. They expected chaos. What they got was war. He remembered the hidden facility tucked beneath a fake recycling plant. He remembered their mistake. Assuming containment meant control. It didn't. He burned the lab to the ground with their own tech. Weeks later, he was still alive, still in the wind, disfigured, alone, but watching. He'd scavenged fragments of intel, data shards, corrupted logs, stolen code, enough to learn one name, Project Dimension Tide. He didn't understand it all, but he understood this. It took his team, and that meant someone else was playing God. They had spoken in whispers.
Phase 3 will begin soon,
One of the techs had said, thinking him unconscious. But he wasn't. He heard them. He saw the schematics, not for weapons, for doors.
Doors that weren't meant to be opened.
He chuckled bitterly, pulling a half-burned schematic from the chaos around him.
They wanted monsters,
he growled.
They just forgot who made the first one.
He picked up his hat, adjusted it slowly over his head.
Time to remind them.
He stood and moved to a control panel he'd welded into the wall, booted it with an override key stolen from one of his dead would-be captors. The screen flickered. A still active F.O.W.L relay beacon pinged the grid. A single name blinked at him. Project. Dimension Tide. East Node. Negaduck grinned. Then he picked up his chainsaw. Back beneath the bridge. The hideout no longer felt like a grave. It thrummed with energy now. Sharp. Focused. The clutter of grief replaced by the rhythm of purpose. Darkwing Duck stood before a wall of intel. Honker's decrypted fragments, stolen F.O.W.L files, chemical traces, broken timelines. At the center, one image burned brightest. A red thread running from Dimension Tide to the blinking profile of Negaduck. His own face, twisted by madness. Honker hunched over a tablet, muttering.
If Negaduck really survived a live transit attempt, even partially, That makes him the only known subject to do so. That makes him more than dangerous.
Darkwing frowned.
Then why not kill him after?
Honker swiped to a deeper file. One of the oldest,
They couldn't afford to,
he said.
Negaduck isn't just some loose end. He's from the Negaverse, a different dimension. Exactly the kind of living subject they've been trying to understand. A stable anomaly.
He pointed to a line of corrupted data tags. Polar entity, negative equivalent.
He was the key, a walking proof of concept.
Launchpad blinked.
You mean?
They needed him alive.
Honker said.
To study him, his biology, his psychology, to figure out why he crossed dimensions intact when everything else failed. And...
Honker's voice lowered, eyes narrowing.
Because in the Negaverse, there is no Drake Mallard. There, Negaduck is what you are here, DW. He is the Darkwing Duck of that world, but without restraint, without limits. He is fear. He is power. He is control.
Darkwing's jaw tightened.
And when he came here,
Honker continued,
and saw you, saw Drake Mallard beneath the mask, he saw weakness, a mistake, everything wrong.
He tapped the screen again.
To him, you are the anomaly.
Honker looked up.
We find him. We find the truth. About the Five. About Dimension Tide. About Goslin.
Darkwing didn't blink.
I want him alive,
he said.
But I'm not betting on it.
Honker swiped to a new display.
I've triangulated 3 potential resurface points, power anomalies, signal spikes, stolen tech footprints. One location matches a F.O.W.L node reactivation 6 hours ago.
Where?
Launchpad asked.
East Side. Decommissioned metro station. No cameras, no patrols, just silent.
Darkwing turned toward the weapons cache, loading gear with surgical precision.
We hit it tonight.
A heartbeat of hesitation. He knew this might be the last time he stood in this room. But hesitation had killed Goslin. Not again.
What if it's a trap?
Launchpad frowned. Darkwing glanced over his shoulder. Voice cold.
Then we spring it.
Chapter 7. The Devil in the Dark continued. As Darkwing holstered his gas pellets, comlinks, and upgraded grappling launcher, Launchpad hesitated behind him.
DW, this thing with Negaduck and Dimension Tide, it's bigger than us. We should consider reaching out.
Darkwing didn't answer.
Morgana, Neptunia, Stegmod, the Justice Ducks, Launchpad continued. You know I'm not trying to second-guess you, but if they're pulling beings through dimensions, if they're experimenting on people, we might need backup. We might not walk out of this.
Still no answer. Then quietly, Darkwing lifted his left wrist. A small worn bracelet clung just above his glove, violet beads dulled by time. One shaped like a duck, the paint almost gone. It looked absurd on a man armed to the teeth, but he rubbed it with his thumb, slowly, deliberately. The edges were worn smooth, worn by her fingers first, and now by his. When he spoke, his voice was low, controlled, but shaking with fury beneath it.
No.
He turned, eyes burning.
I'm not dragging anyone else into this. Not again. Not after Goslin.
Launchpad stepped forward, tension in his jaw.
DW.
No.
Darkwing snapped.
They'll be targets the second they stand near us. That's what happened to her.
He lowered his hand. The bracelet slipped beneath his coat, but it was still there.
I lose one more person. I don't come back from it.
The word struck like a blow. Launchpad looked like he wanted to argue. But then he saw it, the fear behind the mask, the raw, silent grief, the rage barely leashed. Launchpad exhaled, slowly.
All right,
He said.
just the three of us. For now.
Honker stood in the background, wide-eyed. He understood now. He was in it. Whether he wanted to be or not, Darkwing turned back to the wall of intel.
Negaduck's not hiding.
He muttered.
He's waiting.
He gripped the strap on his gear pack.
Let's not keep him.
And if this was his last fight, then it would be the one Negaduck remembered. Chapter 8. Echoes in the Rift. The East Node was buried beneath the city like a tumor, half-eaten concrete, rusted rails, and the stink of stale rot. What used to be a metro hub was now a dead artery, forgotten by everyone except the rats, and the people who needed it that way. Darkwing Duck dropped silently from the access tunnel, his cape brushing against the damp air. Behind him, Launchpad and Honker followed, the latter adjusting a signal reader pulsing faintly in his hands.
Energy spikes are erratic, Honker whispered. But something's here. This is where the node pinged from.
Then we keep quiet and move fast, Darkwing said.
They pressed on. The deeper they went, the stranger the walls became. Metro signage gave way to fresh welds, reinforced steel doors, and scavenged tech bolted into the station's bones. Cables twisted above them, alive with errant current, like blood vessels in a mechanical body. And then they saw it. A central chamber, circular, humming, built around a hollow core. 6 terminals glowed softly around a pulsing rift, suspended in the air like a wound in space. It shimmered, not fully open, but breathing. The air around the rift was colder, thinner, like the space itself forgot how to breathe. The edges shimmered in jagged waves, bending light as though the world were being rewritten 1 pixel at a time. A sound rose beneath the hum, a distant bone-deep thrumming, like a heart beating in a corpse.
Dimension-tied interface,
Honker whispered.
They built a gate here.
So, is it active?
Launchpad asked.
Barely. It's unstable. Testing phase. It's not meant to fully open yet.
Then we crash the experiment,
Darkwing said, stepping closer. Voice gravel-edged. Honker's eyes stayed locked on the gate.
If they pull the wrong structure, or the wrong entity, he whispered, it could collapse local space entirely. We'd be lucky if only the city vanished.
Then the gate pulsed. A shriek of metal. Then silence.
Something's trying to come through.
Launchpad warned.
No!
Honker whispered, eyes going wide.
Something's trying to get out.
A low tremor rolled through the chamber. Dust fell from the ceiling. The rift pulsed again, harder. And then they saw it. A silhouette. Massive. Wrong. It rippled inside the rift, twisting, shifting, never fully forming. One moment, a claw. The next, spines. Then something like wings. Only too many, too jagged. A sound followed. Impossible to mistake. A roar. But not from one throat. Thousands of them. A layered, howling cacophony of voices, not animal, not machine, echoing through the chamber. Launchpad staggered.
What the hell is that?
Honker's knuckles went white on the console.
It's not one thing. It's a whole ecosystem, a swarm, an entire dimension trying to force its way through.
Darkwing's eyes narrowed, but even he felt the cold bite of something older than fear.
We shut it down. Now.
Elsewhere, in a rusted-out radio tower cloaked by junkyard shadows, Negaduck watched. Not through magic, not guesswork, but through hijacked F.O.W.L feeds. He'd scavenged a signal receiver from one of the first facilities that tried to kill him. The encryption was supposed to be unbreakable.
Idiots.
His face lit red by the glow of the monitor. Negaduck sipped from a dented can of something probably radioactive. On screen, Darkwing and his crew creeping closer to the rift.
Well,
He mused.
you finally got curious.
He flipped a switch. A secondary monitor flared to life. Schematics, logs, pulse readings.
I was gonna torch that hole tonight, but hey, if the bird wants to do the hard part,
He leaned back, smirking.
I'll let him.
But then the screen flickered. A faint pulse. Code he recognized. F.O.W.L's tracking signature. Watching the same feed. His smirk vanished.
They're still here. They took my team.
Negaduck thought, fury boiling beneath the surface.
Mine. Not theirs. Not the lab rats. Not F.O.W.L's. They thought they could unmake me. Unmake what is mine? They'll learn. You don't take from me. You burn for it.
He looked back at the monitor one last time. Darkwing and the others stood frozen before the rift. Negaduck's lip curled.
What's the matter, you fucking morons?
He snarled.
You gonna stare it to death?
He slammed his chainsaw into its holster, jammed a power cell into the override key, and grabbed his cape.
If you want something done right,
He growled.
you do it yourself.
He was out the hatch in seconds, into the storm toward the east node. Somewhere deep underground, a surveillance room hummed under layers of concrete and steel. 4 agents sat silently, eyes on their feeds. The east node glowed across 12 screens. Drone cams perched in the shadows, feeding every move to one man. Director Ramrod. Tall, imposing. A sleek black uniform. His face obscured by a visor that reflected only data.
They've arrived,
An agent said.
just as predicted.
Ramrod didn't respond. He simply watched. Darkwing. Honker. The gate pulsing. On another screen, a secondary technician frowned.
Sir, anomalous magnetic field readings spiking around the chamber. Interference climbing.
Another agent spoke up.
Peripheral drones are losing telemetry. We're getting ghost signals, false echoes.
A third technician looked up from a console.
Cross-point harmonics are unstable. If this keeps climbing, we'll hit a cascade threshold.
Ramrod's visor flickered. Deep beneath the code scroll, a hidden counter ticked upward. Phase initiation. T0321. The room went quiet for a beat. Then the comm crackled.
Director Ramrod.
The voice was cold. Clipped, one of the chancellors.
This is Counselor Nix. Status report. Why has Phase 3 not been accelerated?
Ramrod's jaw tightened. He tapped the comm.
The gate will open on my command, not yours.
His voice cut through the room like a blade.
You will have your result. Stand by.
The line went dead. One of the agents exchanged a glance with his colleague, but said nothing. Ramrod's gaze returned to the main screen. Darkwing and the others facing the rift.
Let the gate breathe,
he said softly.
Let them see what waits beyond.
The command echoed like prophecy. Chapter 9. The rift stirs. The air changed. Honker noticed it first. A hum, static, crawling up his arms. The gate pulsed once. The lights flickered. The entire node seemed to tremble.
DW,
he warned.
Something's changed.
I feel it too.
Darkwing said.
Like it's watching us.
I don't think we're alone anymore.
Launchpad muttered, scanning the shadows. Honker's tablet flared, readings spiking. Dimensional bleed. Radiation. Heat signatures. And then, one more signal. Not from the gate.
Something's coming,
Honker said.
And it's not from another dimension.
Above, near the east node, Negaduck stalked the tunnels like a predator. His boots crushed puddles and rusted bolts. He liked the stink, the feel of metal and madness in the air. The stolen key buzzed in his glove. He jabbed it into a panel. Sparks! Door open.
Time to shut this circus down.
Back in the chamber. The rift screamed. A high-pitched whine cracked through the room. The core bent inward. Something slammed against the membrane from the inside. A silhouette, malformed, screeching.
DW, we've got minutes, maybe less.
Honker shouted.
Get the failsafe ready.
Darkwing ordered.
Failsafe?
Launchpad echoed.
If it opens, we close it, permanently.
Nearby, Negaduck grinned behind his breath mask. He could feel the gate now. Hear it. Smell it.
Oh, this'll be fun,
he muttered, drawing the chainsaw.
Showtime.
Inside the node, the gate convulsed. A warped figure slammed into the rift's inner wall, a twisted blend of smoke and sinew, screeching as it clawed the space between dimensions.
It's breaching!
Honker screamed.
Now!
Darkwing barked. Launchpad fired. The blast hit the first stabilizer dead on. It exploded in a shower of sparks. The rift screamed louder. Then, the main access door exploded inward. Negaduck burst into the chamber, steel-toed boot kicking the wreckage aside, chainsaw revving like a war cry.
I leave you alone for 5 goddamn minutes, and this is what I come back to?
Second node's overloading!
Honker yelled. Darkwing fired again. The shot cracked the shell, but didn't break it. Negaduck rushed past them, shoulder slamming, Launchpad aside.
Move!
Then he jammed his chainsaw into the half-destroyed node. Metal screamed. Sparks flew. And then, boom! The stabilizer detonated. The rift buckled inward. A distorted creature screeched in reverse, sucked back into the void. Smoke. Heat. Screams. Darkwing slammed to the floor, dazed, breathing hard. Honker shouted something, but it was muffled. The rift flickered, then shrank. At the edge of the chamber, silhouetted by dying light, Negaduck stood bleeding, coat torn, chainsaw hissing.
You're welcome,
he muttered.
You could have ruptured the gate.
Darkwing snapped.
Could've. Didn't. You're welcome again.
The rift pulsed once more and vanished. Gone. For now. Smoke licked the air. Sparks rained from dying terminals. The gate was gone, but its ghosts still echoed in the walls. Darkwing and Negaduck stood 10 feet apart in the silence, surrounded by scorched tech and broken intentions. The only sound was the heavy breathing of two men carved from the same silhouette.
I should kill you right now,
Darkwing said, voice flat, raw.
Oh, please do.
Negaduck grinned, teeth bloodied.
I've been waiting to wipe that sanctimonious sneer off your face since the day you learned how to pose.
Then they moved. Fast. Negaduck lunged first. Chainsaw roaring back to life as he swung wide. Darkwing ducked and rolled. The blade chewed a chunk from a support beam. Darkwing countered with a flash bomb, white light exploding. Negaduck screamed and swung blindly. Darkwing landed a brutal kick to his ribs. Negaduck staggered, dropped the saw, then drove a sucker punch into Darkwing's gut, doubling him over. He followed it with a knee to the jaw that fractured Darkwing's beak, splintered at the edge. Darkwing reeled, blood in his mouth. He smiled.
You hit like a lunatic.
I am a lunatic.
Negaduck grabbed a jagged pipe from the debris and swung. Darkwing caught it with his gauntlet, redirected it, slammed a punch into Negaduck's throat. Negaduck choked, but swept Darkwing's legs. They crashed to the floor, rolling, fists flying. Darkwing's cape tore. Negaduck's shoulder dislocated. Neither stopped. Darkwing straddled him, raining blows, mask half torn, teeth bared. Negaduck headbutted him. Blood sprayed. Darkwing's grip tightened. Negaduck flipped the position.
You've always been a coward hiding behind justice.
Negaduck spat.
You've always been a monster in need of killing.
Darkwing snarled. They rolled again, Darkwing's arm locking around Negaduck's throat. Negaduck's hand clutched a metal shard, ready to stab. Both froze. The shard hovered an inch from Darkwing's neck. Darkwing's forearm pressed tight against Negaduck's windpipe. Blood, bruises, shaking arms. Neither flinched. A Mexican standoff built from pain and hate.
You're me,
Darkwing said.
No,
Negaduck hissed.
You're me. Just too weak to admit it.
Stop.
Launchpad's voice cracked the tension like a thunderclap. He stood behind them, hands up.
Both of you, look at yourselves.
Honker stumbled beside him, tablet still in hand, bruised and wide-eyed.
You're going to kill each other, and for what? The rift's closed. We got what we came for.
They don't care.
Launchpad muttered.
They're not fighting for the world. They're fighting each other's shadows.
Darkwing's eyes flicked to him. Negaduck tensed.
Do it,
he whispered.
Let's see who blinks first.
They held there. Sweating, bleeding, muscles trembling, frozen on the edge of annihilation. Launchpad stepped forward.
You want to die here, DW? You want to kill him? Fine. Do it.
Darkwing didn't move, arms still tight around Negaduck's throat.
But you better remember why we're here first.
The room held its breath. Launchpad turned, eyes blazing, and jabbed a finger at Negaduck.
And you,
he snapped.
Don't fucking pretend you're any better. You may be a fucked up, twisted version of this duck here, but in that psychotic head of yours, you've got the same thing driving you right now. Honor. Twisted as hell, but it's there. You wouldn't be here otherwise. They took from you, and you can't fucking stand it.
Negaduck's grin flickered. For the briefest second, Launchpad took another step.
She's dead, Drake.
Darkwing flinched.
Goslin is dead, because you got soft. Because they figured you out. And now, instead of staying on mission, burning foul to the ground, you're wasting it. Wasting her. Fighting a reflection.
The words struck like bullets.
You think this bastard's worth it? Then you're no better than he is.
Silence. Darkwing's hand trembled. And then her face. Bright. Fierce. Gone. A promise breaking in his fists. Negaduck smiled wider. Drake closed his eyes. And slowly, painfully, let go. Negaduck coughed, rolled to his side, gasping and laughing. A wet, cracked sound.
You really are a pussy.
He rasped.
Even after all that fury.
He stood, staggered, but held his ground, still laughing. Darkwing wiped blood from his lip, chest heaving, hands shaking. But he didn't look at Negaduck. He looked at Launchpad, and then down at the broken floor, where he almost lost himself entirely. Negaduck scoffed, then laughed.
You think you got me figured out, huh?
He muttered, voice low. He turned slightly, looking at the charred remnants of the stabilizer node, the flickering sparks bleeding into the haze of the dead rift.
They weren't friends. That team of mine. They were liabilities. Idiots. Comic book rejects who couldn't stay out of their own punchlines.
His eyes shifted, narrow, dangerous.
They weren't friends, idiots, but they were mine.
The room stilled.
They followed me because we hated the same things. We were broken, ugly, but we never pretended to be heroes.
He spat blood.
And then they vanished. No screams, no glory, just gone.
His eyes burned.
So yeah, I came here to kill it. The whole goddamn thing. Not to save the world, but to hurt the ones who stole from me.
He turned to Darkwing.
And maybe I am just like you. Maybe I've always been. What a fucking nightmare that is.
He dropped onto a fallen crate like a corpse. His breath rattled in his throat. For a moment, even the madness looked tired.
You win the speech contest? Happy now?
No one spoke. Smoke drifted like ghosts. Memories of teams lost, lives shattered, and a gate that nearly broke the world. And somewhere beyond the wreckage, the rift still whispered, waiting. Chapter 10. Ghosts of the Five. The hiss of ruptured pipes echoed through the wreckage. Sparks popped from fractured terminals, casting flickers of light across twisted steel. Honker crouched over his tablet, calibrating the recorder. Darkwing leaned against a half-dead terminal, its screen cracked but flickering, just enough to prop him up. He didn't look at Negaduck.
We need to know,
he said.
How it started, how they got your team. what we're really up against.
Launchpad added. Still silence. Negaduck exhaled through his beak, low and bitter.
Why? So you can feel sorry for me?
No, so we can live through it.
For a long moment, only dripping water. Then Negaduck leaned forward, elbows on his knees, voice rougher than before.
You want a story? Fine. Let me tell you about the night Bushroot screamed.
The grin was gone. Theatrics gone. This was something darker. Real.
We were hitting a biotech lab. Routine. Bushroot needed spores, seeds, some weird-ass chlorophyll cocktail. He went in first, and he never came back out.
Honker's fingers twitched.
We waited. 5 minutes. 10. Then the grid died. Not a flicker. A full collapse. The air turned green. Radiation. And then this hum, like a microwave, screaming underwater. There was nothing left. Not even mulch. Just a burn mark.
Jesus.
Launchpad whispered.
Megavolt lost it. Said he saw things in the shadows. Quackerjack thought it was one of his games. Liquidator didn't care. I was pissed because I didn't have answers. They got Megavolt 2 days later, stealing from a relay. I watched through his visor feed. They turned his own power against him, reversed it, lit him up from the inside. He screamed for 10 seconds, then silence.
Reversal tech.
Honker muttered.
That lines up with the cache from North Pier.
Quackerjack was next. His turf, his traps. Didn't matter. They came during a storm. No prints, no shadows, just static, and then nothing. I found Mr. Banana Brain, half melted, still smiling. Liquidator was last, warehouse job. I showed up late. Figured he'd be fine. He wasn't.
Negaduck's hand trembled. He forced it into a fist.
They didn't kill him. They erased him, vaporized, no trace, just a scorch and a melted floor. And then I ran.
The words hung like a confession.
I don't run,
He said, quieter now.
but this wasn't a hit list. It was a study. We weren't being hunted. We were being dissected.
Darkwing stepped closer.
Why not you?
Negaduck blinked.
I am Negaduck.
No, why didn't they take you like the others?
For once the venom drained from his voice.
They did.
The room froze.
By then, I had the pattern, the energy signatures, the strike intervals. I fortified a recycling plant outside Duckburg, militarized, shields, traps, you name it. You know about zero-footprint infiltration.
Theoretical. EM Ghost Walk.
Honker said.
Supposed to be impossible.
It's not. They walked through my goddamn walls. They tagged me, injected something. It hit my spine like my nervous system was being mapped. They weren't just scanning. They were learning me, my reflexes, my limits, like I was a test subject. But they underestimated something.
What?
How much of me is made of rage? They sealed me in a lab. The place ran on dimension-tied generators. They tried to send me through. They did.
Negaduck growled.
And I made it hurt. I opened a containment unit, flooded the chamber with breach energy, and burned the whole place to ash.
He rolled up his sleeve. scar tissue, and a faintly humming implant.
I wasn't supposed to come back, but I did, and I brought answers. They're not just opening rifts. They're breeding something that can live in them. Not just one thing, not a beast, a whole fucking ecology. Something that feeds on the rift and spreads with it.
Elsewhere, deep beneath the ocean, inside an obsidian monolith, the Shadow Council chamber glowed red. 5 thrones, 5 insignias burning like brands. Director Ramrod stood alone in the center.
You let the east node fall.
Counselor Volteretta said.
Yes,
You watched Negaduck destroy the stabilizer.
correct.
Darkwing survived. The specimen failed to emerge.
As expected.
Explain.
Counselor Grimm rasped. Ramrod activated a hologram. Darkwing and Negaduck locked in combat.
They are twin storms, rage and reason, both volatile. We needed their convergence to catalyze Phase 2.
You're playing with fire.
Havoc snapped.
I'm shaping the blade.
A pale scientist entered.
We finished the scan of subject negative duck. He's changed. Neurological rewiring, dimensional scarring, but most notably, he adapted. He didn't resist breach compression. He synchronized with it.
His rage stabilized the shift. He's a template.
Grimm whispered.
A proof of concept. And the girl.
She lit the fuse. Her death aligned the fragments. We needed Darkwing unbound. This is the design. Chaos meeting order, controlled convergence.
You think you can control this?
I don't intend to control it.
Ramrod's voice dipped cold.
I intend to ignite it. And when the smoke clears, the world that remains will be one I design.
Back beneath the city, the air was heavier. Honker's fingers shook. Launchpad dragged a hand down his face. Darkwing didn't move. Negaduck leaned on the terminal.
They're breeding something?
Launchpad asked.
Think interdimensional parasites.
Honker said.
Not built for stability, built for traversal. They thrive in entropy.
They're not building soldiers.
They're creating weapons that are the war.
Negaduck chuckled.
Goslin found it. The apocalypse engine. And they killed her to stop the leak.
That one landed like a bullet.
She died trying to stop this.
Darkwing whispered.
No.
Negaduck said.
She died because of this.
So what do we do now?
Launchpad yelled. Honker looked up.
We find the next node and tear it apart.
We end Dimension Tide.
Darkwing said.
I'm in.
Negaduck muttered.
You're here because you're scared they'll finish what they started.
Darkwing shot back.
And you're here because you finally realized you're not the scariest thing in the dark anymore.
They didn't argue. Then Honker's tablet buzzed.
A second node just lit up.
Where?
Downtown, under the Hall of Archives.
That's a public building.
Looks like they're done hiding.
The east node had cooled, but the urgency only intensified. The team clustered around Honker's tablet, where a blinking red marker downtown pulsed like an open wound on the map. Launchpad rubbed his temples before breaking the silence.
This is too big.
Darkwing remained silent, eyes fixed on the screen.
I'm serious.
Launchpad pressed.
If they've activated another node downtown, beneath a public building, that's not a secret base anymore. That's a target. They're not just testing breaches. They're preparing to deploy something.
Honker nodded grimly.
They're escalating. Fast.
Launchpad turned to Darkwing, eyes burning.
We need help. The Justice Ducks.
Darkwing stiffened.
No.
DW. We barely survived this node. We're down to 3 people and a psychopath with a chainsaw. If we approach the next site without real backup, we're walking into a grave.
Darkwing still didn't look at him.
I said no.
But even as he spoke, his voice cracked at the edge. Launchpad stepped closer.
They're your friends. They've been waiting in the wings all these years. They have power, experience, and a reason to fight. If this goes global, we won't stop it. We'll just die tired.
Silence. Darkwing exhaled, long and low.
Fine. Call them.
Launchpad blinked, then smiled, just a little.
It's about time, DW. You don't have to do this alone.
Morgana, Stegma, Neptunia, Gizmo Duck.
Negaduck.
Oh, great. The clown parade's back.
Darkwing.
They're the same clowns who beat you every single time.
Negaduck said nothing.
Get us transport. We move before nightfall.
Elsewhere in St. Canard, Morgana Macabre stood at the edge of a floating garden behind her arcane bookstore, coaxing a cluster of black lilies to bloom under moonlight. Her fingers glowed with eldritch green as the petals opened like whispers. A shadow moved in the trees. She turned her head, already knowing who it was. Launchpad stepped from the path, raincoat dripping.
He's calling them,
He said simply. Morgana didn't blink.
He shouldn't have waited this long.
He's scared.
He should be.
She murmured, eyes still on the flowers.
The gates are thinning.
She stood, dusted off her gloves, and whispered a word. The sky above the garden cracked like glass, and her spell books floated to her hands.
Get the broom.
In a flooded coastal pier, miles away, Neptunia stood waist-deep in brackish water, commanding a school of bioengineered eels to reroute power to an underwater conservation rig. She wore no armor, just scaled skin, a trident slung across her back like a war memory. Her comm crackled. She answered, eyes narrowing.
Darkwing?
She listened, said nothing, then pulled her trident free and jammed it into the seafloor.
Tell him I'll meet him at the node. The water's rising again.
At an old oak in the heart of the city's park, the rescue rangers' famed treehouse stood half-collapsed. Branches shattered, tiny platforms bent and broken. High above, balancing clumsily on a scaffold of makeshift pulleys, Stegmut hammered a new support beam into place, his giant hands working with exaggerated care. Below, Chip shouted instructions while Gadget calibrated a new stabilizer coil.
Little more to the left, big guy.
Gadget called. Stegmut grinned.
Okay, Gadget. I'm trying to be gentle. You sure this thing can hold me?
Not you, just the treehouse,
Chip shouted back.
Nearby, Monterey Jack hauled wiring over one shoulder.
Blimey, mate. I still can't believe the whole bloody weather tower came down on us.
Yeah.
Dale chimed in.
Next time we fight a giant robot cloud machine, let's not do it over our house.
They laughed, but tired laughter. Stegmut had come when he heard.
You guys always help us small fries,
Chip had told him.
This time we needed backup.
Then a pigeon swooped down, landing on a high branch. A small recorder strapped to its leg. Stegmut blinked. Launchpad's voice spilled out. Gravel. Urgent. His smile faded. He looked down. Chip crossed his arms.
You've got to go.
Gadget smiled.
It's okay. We've got this. Go be scary again.
Monterey Jack thumped his leg.
and give those devils a good wallop from old Monty, eh?
Dale waved.
We'll save you a spot for movie night when you get back.
Zipper, hovering nearby, snapped a sharp salute. Stegmont grinned, nodded.
I'll come back and finish,
he promised. Then he clambered down, grabbing his war helmet from a nearby branch. Chip exhaled.
If he's back, and Darkwing's calling...
Monterey Jack finished. Voice grim.
We'd all better be ready.
In the bustling city of Duckburg, Fenton Crackshell sat at a boardroom table, awkwardly nodding through a tech investment meeting with Scrooge McDuck, trying not to fall asleep. Graphs flickered across a large monitor. A marketing executive droned on about projected profit margins for the next fiscal quarter. Fenton's eyelids drooped. Then, his watch beeped. A code. A phrase. His eyes snapped open. He read the message once, twice, and paled. He stood up, suddenly and without explanation, spilling his chair.
Excuse me, Mr. McDuck. I, forgot to feed my lab rats. Very urgent. Science emergency.
The room stared. Scrooge McDuck raised an eyebrow but said nothing. Just leaned back in his chair. Fenton bolted from the room, briefcase in hand. Moments later, in the stairwell, he ripped open the case and slapped a small metal disc to his chest. The armor exploded around him in an instant.
Blatherin', blatherskite.
Gizmo Duck emerged in full gleaming form, visors lighting up. Without hesitation, he rocketed straight through the window, glass spraying as he took flight into the sky. Back in the boardroom, as silence settled over the stunned executives, Scrooge calmly picked up his coffee, watching the shrinking streak of light outside. He sipped once, then smirked sideways.
Aye, go get them, Gizmo Duck.
And beneath the Hall of Archives, the next rift pulsed, hungry. Chapter 11. Summon the storm. Beneath the bridge, Darkwing's hideout. The rain fell in curtains outside, thunder murmuring like distant artillery. But below the bridge, in the heart of the old lair, a storm far older had gathered. The walls, once covered in dust and old case files, now glowed with hastily rigged intel boards, breach signatures, photos of fallen friends, and a single word at the center of it all: Dimension Tide. One by one, they arrived. Morgana Macabre appeared first, sweeping in through a ripple of shadow. An ancient grimoire hovered at her side, pages flickering with green flame. She touched the worn cover.
The gates we face now may be older than even I have seen.
Moments later, Neptunia stepped from a swirling pool of conjured sea waters near the entrance, droplets shimmering on her scaled skin. Her trident pulsed faintly with bioelectric light.
The tides are restless.
She warned.
Something's leaking across dimensions already.
A loud clank echoed through the chamber as Stegmont ducked under the frame, helmet tucked under one arm, a small talisman tied to his wrist. He looked nervous, voice soft.
Chip said to stay brave. I'm trying.
And then, with the roar of repulsor jets, Gizmo Duck landed hard, concrete cracking under his wheels. His visor flickered through scans of the room.
Shielding is insufficient, he reported. If they breach here, we'll have no fallback.
The Justice Ducks were assembled. Across the room, Negaduck watched from the shadows near the weapons locker, one brow raised. He scoffed.
I can't believe, after all these years, I never figured it out. The lair. The whole time it was just right here, under a goddamn bridge.
Darkwing glanced at him coldly.
Some of us don't need a death maze to feel secure.
Launchpad stepped forward, guiding the team toward the central console.
All right, everyone. You're not just here for nostalgia. We've got a situation.
Darkwing took over. He didn't sugarcoat it. He told them everything. From the moment Goslin was murdered to the rift they'd found. From Honker's data digs to Negaduck's blood-drenched survival story. From the collapse of the East Node to the second one blooming beneath a public building. He laid out the evidence, the motive, the stakes. He said her name once. Only once. And then kept going. Voice steady, even as grief tried to crawl through the cracks. When he finished, silence followed. No one spoke for several long seconds. Not even Negaduck. Morgana was the first to move. She placed a gentle hand on Darkwing's shoulder.
I'm so sorry, Drake. I can feel her absence like a cut in the world, a wound that won't close, not until this ends.
Neptunia lowered her trident.
She deserved better. And we're going to make sure F.O.W.L never takes another daughter, another friend, or another city.
Stegmut swallowed hard, then nodded.
I'm ready. Whatever it takes.
Gizmo Duck removed his helmet visor, voice softer than usual.
I was too far away. If I'd known, I would have come sooner.
Darkwing looked at them all. At the people he'd once called friends. The team he thought he'd never need again. His voice was hoarse. When he said it,
I don't want justice anymore. I want closure, and I want F.O.W.L gone.
But in his mind, the words twisted deeper, sharper.
I want more than closure. I want vengeance. I want them to bleed. I want them to burn. I want them to feel what I felt the moment I held her body and saw her eyes staring at nothing. I want to kill them, all of them.
Across the room, Launchpad looked at him. Really looked. He saw the edge in Drake's jaw, the clenched fists. The faint tremble, not from pain, but rage. He didn't say anything, but his heart dropped. And from the shadows, Negaduck watched too. His expression unreadable. But deep inside, behind that fractured grin, was one quiet thought. He knows that look. He's worn it longer than any mask. Neptunia stepped forward, breaking the heavy silence.
If they open all the rifts at once, what happens?
Darkwing turned to Honker, who spoke up, fingers flying across his tablet.
If they synchronize the nodes, the laws of this world will collapse. They'll rewrite reality to match the rift's ecosystem.
Gizmoduck added,
Scrooge McDuck is mobilizing emergency assets, but he doesn't know the full scope yet. No one outside this room does.
Morgana's eyes glowed faintly.
And the magic signatures in this are wrong. This is not technology alone. There's a deeper current, something older beneath the surface.
Neptunia nodded grimly.
Sea life is already reacting. Species near the rift sites are changing, mutating. This isn't a breach anymore. It's spreading.
Stegmut looked small but determined.
So, we stop it, right? We stop it before they open more.
Darkwing's voice was cold.
We end it. Completely.
Later, as the team prepared to move out, Launchpad pulled Darkwing aside. For a moment, it was just the two of them near the old case files. Launchpad, voice quiet.
DW. Whatever happens, remember why we're doing this. Don't let them make you like him.
Darkwing couldn't answer. His throat worked once, but no words came. Launchpad squeezed his shoulder, once, then walked away. Darkwing stared after him a long moment, jaw clenched. Deep beneath the ocean, in the obsidian monolith that housed the Shadow Council, the chamber was quiet. Red ambient light pulsed like a heartbeat against the stone walls, illuminating the central dais where Director Ramrod stood alone. The council had adjourned. They had their doubts, their warnings. But he knew better. He stood before a massive screen displaying the Hall of Archives, its subterranean blueprints scrolling beside dimensional resonance graphs. The breach activity had tripled in the last 2 hours. And the convergence? Right on schedule. A smile, thin, calculated, creased beneath his visor.
They think they're planning an infiltration,
He murmured, hands behind his back.
They think they're clever, strategic, united.
He tapped a control panel. A new feed loaded, unseen footage taken from inside the East Node during the rift collapse. It showed Darkwing Duck, bloodied, jaw tight, pulling a trigger with rage behind his eyes. It paused on his face. That rage. That loss. Ramrod stared at it.
They think they know what they're walking into. They think this is a war for survival.
He turned, gaze sweeping over rows of data, rune signatures, behavioral profiles, adaptive energy logs, and a coded neural map labeled Subject, Negaduck. Condition, unstable, viable. Another panel blinked nearby. Biogenic growth tanks deep beneath the Hall of Archives. First hybrid strain stabilizing. First true breach-born life form. Ramrod smiled again.
But the truth is,
he stepped into the darkness beyond the console.
They're walking straight into Genesis.
His voice echoed like prophecy.
They have no idea. What they think they know isn't even close to reality.
He looked up, and the feed shifted again, showing the faint outline of something vast and writhing beyond the hall's lowest sublevel, waiting.
And when it rises, there will be no world left to save.
Chapter 12. Archives of Annihilation. The night air over St. Canard was suffocating, thick with static, as if the city itself was holding its breath. From the rooftop of a nearby building, the Hall of Archives glowed faintly, ancient and serene. But beneath its columns, something monstrous pulsed in the dark. Darkwing Duck crouched by the overlook, goggles scanning the facade for motion.
Visuals confirm minimal movement at ground level,
he whispered.
Exterior's too quiet. It's a setup.
Launchpad grunted behind him.
Then let's not keep the trap waiting.
Below, Gizmo Duck and Stegmut moved toward the grand front doors, flanking the steps like armored titans.
Time to knock,
Gizmo Duck said brightly. Then, with a sudden blast of his arm cannon, leveled the massive double doors. The shockwave echoed for blocks. Inside, nothing but silence. Then faint lights flickered on, and a cold mechanical hum began to rise. East corridor. Maintenance shaft. Morgana and Neptunia slipped through the tunnel, water slicking the walls, the scent of ozone thick.
I can feel the breach energy already,
Morgana whispered, fingers twitching with a charge of dark magic.
It's stronger than the first sight. Whatever they're doing down here,
Neptunia said.
It's accelerating.
She gripped her trident tighter. West flank. Utility tunnel. Darkwing Launchpad and Honker reached the inner service hatch. Honker wired the panel, whispering numbers to himself.
Security's weird,
he muttered.
Not just foul, there's a layer underneath it. Older, custom encryption.
Can you break it?
Darkwing asked.
I can punch it,
Launchpad offered.
Or I can reroute it in 10 seconds,
Honker said, already halfway through.
Done.
The door hissed open. They stepped inside, and the temperature dropped. Immediately. Darkwing froze. The walls were wrong, not concrete. Something grown. Something repurposed. This wasn't just a lab. It was a womb, deeper inside the archives. The rift chamber pulsed. Massive. Organic. Alive. Glass-like walls of data veins ran from the floor into the ceiling, and at the center, suspended above an active breach portal, was something half-formed, humanoid in silhouette, but flickering between realities like it couldn't decide what to be. A voice crackled from the far end of the room. Director Ramrod, watching from a sealed control chamber.
Welcome to the archive.
He whispered to himself.
Now let's see who survives the rewrite.
Utility tunnel sector. The corridor twisted unnaturally as though the building had grown into something new. Alien. Walls once lined with storage ducts were now encased in pulsing membranes. Breathing. Faintly. Dim light filtered from within the fleshy architecture, casting long shadows across the floor. Darkwing Duck moved slowly, each step calculated. His cape dragged across a sinew-veined floor that throbbed faintly underfoot.
This isn't architecture,
Honker whispered.
It's biological integration. They're weaving breach matter into the infrastructure.
Launchpad muttered.
I liked this place a lot more when it had stairs.
Darkwing didn't respond. He was staring at the far end of the chamber, where the hallway widened and opened into something impossibly large. They stepped through the arch and saw it. The core. A cathedral-like chamber that defied geometry. Hexagonal towers wrapped in breach tech spiraled upward toward a floating mass of energy, vibrating bleeding color across dimensions. Below it, suspended by living tendrils and pulsing conduits, hung a half-formed creature. Shifting. Screaming without sound. Darkwing stepped forward.
That's it. The prototype.
Honker's voice shook.
It's not a prototype. It's a gestation unit. They're growing this thing from interdimensional DNA.
Launchpad took a half-step back.
So that's the plan. Breach monsters. Soldiers from the void.
No.
Darkwing muttered.
Conduits. Weapons that can exist between realities. They're not building an army to win wars. They're building one to erase entire timelines.
And then a sound. Click. The room sealed. From above, panels closed. From below, doors locked. Energy shimmered as a containment field activated, locking the trio inside with the core. Air thickened. Lights died. And from the walls, something moved. Dozens of small rifts, like black slashes in reality, opened around them. Creatures began to crawl through. Twisted silhouettes, limbs too long, eyes in the wrong places. Some screamed, some laughed. Honker backed up.
They're prototypes. Failed ones.
Darkwing lifted his launcher.
They'll do.
Launchpad drew his baton, jaw clenched. Alarms rang through the halls. North Corridor. Morgana felt it first. A ripple of dark magic being displaced. She stopped mid-incantation.
They're under attack.
Neptunia hissed.
Where?
Everywhere.
Front entrance, outer hall. Gizmo Duck and Stegmut heard the klaxons and immediately moved forward, clearing debris with brute force. Gizmo Duck activated his scanners.
Core chamber just went into hard lockdown. We need to breach it now.
Stegmut nodded.
Time to break something.
Control chamber. Director Ramrod watched the chaos unfold across dozens of screens. He tapped a console.
Phase 2 initiated. Let the culling begin.
He leaned closer to the display of Darkwing fighting through shadow things and breachborn horrors.
This is the moment you understand, Darkwing. The moment you realize you were always inside the trap.
Core chamber. Breach lockdown. Active. The room howled with impossible sound, screeches and distortion that bent light and carved reality into sharp angles. The twisted, half-born breach creatures poured in from the rift scars, shrieking with minds not meant for this world. Darkwing Duck moved like a shadowed blur. Gas pellets dropped, pulse rounds discharged. A beast lunged and he snapped its jaw with a counterhook before blasting it back into the wall. His cloak now dripped with ichor. Launchpad fought with grim precision, baton spinning, crushing skulls that cracked like wet paper. Honker, sweating, used a breach frequency modulator to disrupt rift entry points. But there were too many. Then, desperation sparking. Honker hurled the modulator like a grenade. One rift imploded, collapsing inward with a shriek of void wind, dragging half a swarm back through with it. Darkwing caught the moment.
Good work, Honker.
But the rifts kept coming. Darkwing fired a round straight through a creature's malformed eye.
We must move faster. I don't see a choice. We must kill them and kill them faster.
East Maintenance Shaft. Morgana's hands pulsed with cursed flame. She chanted violently, sending waves of shadow to shred incoming beasts slithering down the corridor walls. Neptunia turned the entire water line into a weapon, her trident dancing like lightning, eels bursting from pipes to electrocute anything with a pulse.
We're getting close.
Morgana growled. A rift opened in the floor. A tendrilled thing rose, bulbous head, hundreds of blinking eyes. Neptunia leapt, driving her trident through its skull. Electricity lighting up the tunnel like a lightning storm. They ran, covered in blood and steam. Front hall. Archive stairwell. Gizmo Duck's armor took a direct hit from a mutated drone, sending him crashing into a wall.
Definitely not in the brochure,
he shouted, firing back with explosive rounds. Stegmut hurled chunks of masonry like cannonballs, clearing a path.
Follow the screaming,
Gizmo Duck bellowed, charging again. Inside the core. Moments later, a shockwave hit the chamber, one that didn't come from a rift. It came from the ceiling above. The blast ripped a section of it open, flooding light into the fight, and through the smoke, the Justice Ducks arrived. Morgana leapt down in a spiral of flame, landing beside Darkwing.
Miss me?
Gizmo Duck rolled into view, unloading heavy fire.
Delivery. One helping of backup.
Stegmut crashed down like a meteor, roaring. The tide shifted for a moment. Even Negaduck entered from a lateral breach, chainsaw roaring, covered in dark fluid. He said nothing, just started carving. Darkwing nodded once.
Glad you could make it.
Don't talk to me,
Negaduck snarled, then added,
This city's mine to break, not theirs.
And he tore into the rift beasts. For the first time in this war, they fought together. Observation chamber. Director Ramrod stood alone now. The breach behind him twisted, its energy now stabilized. He pressed his palm to a scanner.
Release sequence, Omega Bellum, activate subject, null maw.
The chamber behind him hissed. A sarcophagus-like pod opened, steam pouring out. From inside, something massive and still partly bound in dimensional restraints began to stir. Limbs of smoke and steel, eyes without symmetry, a mouth filled with echoes. Ramrod smiled beneath his visor.
A being born to walk where nothing living should, the first of its kind, the last this world will know. Time to show the world that F.O.W.L is in charge and all will bend the knee.
Back in the core, the floor shook. The walls buckled. From above, the chamber split open, a massive clawed limb, vaporous and solid all at once, slammed down into the floor, cracking it. Null Maw had arrived. The team turned just in time to see it pull itself through a rift, screeching a sound that turned blood to ice. It was enormous. Wrong. Every move it made warped gravity. The breach creatures stopped. They bowed.
Shit,
said Launchpad. Morgana staggered back.
That's not a soldier. That's a reaper.
Darkwing stood at the center of it all, breathing heavy, covered in blood, watching their odds crumble. They were all together now. And it still wasn't enough. Core, chamber, collapsing. The walls shattered. Beams of interdimensional energy split the air like divine wrath. Null Maw, a being half smoke, half flesh, all wrong, tore through the archives structure. Every movement distorting time itself. With each step, the ground shivered, and the building moaned, as if trying to hold back something older than physics.
Get out!
Darkwing roared.
Everyone, above ground.
St. Canard. Archive Plaza. Civilians screamed as the Hall of Archives exploded outward in a blast of black smoke and fractured matter. Chunks of marble and corrupted steel rained from the sky. Null Maw's form burst through the roof like a god clawing free of a dying sun. It roared, as if it had a mouth, and waves of breach energy rippled down the city blocks. Windows shattered. Traffic collapsed. Whole buildings tilted under the gravitational distortion. Families fled. People scrambled for shelter. And then came the smaller rift spawn, crawling through tier lines in the air, dragging themselves into the city with hunger in their bones. Streets of St. Canard, Battlefront Alpha. Gizmo Duck barreled down 3rd Avenue, armor scorched, laying down suppressive fire. 2 rift beasts tackled him. His armor cracked.
Don't break my tech,
he yelled, crushing one under his wheel, but his balance failed. He slammed into a flaming bus. East End, evac route. Morgana and Neptunia tried to shield civilians. Morgana conjured a wall of spectral flame, but it flickered under breach interference. A rift beast lunged through, teeth snapping. Neptunia caught it midair and drowned it in a summoned vortex. But they were surrounded.
There's too many.
Neptunia gasped.
We're not containing this.
City Core. Null Maw's rampage. Stegmont tried to slow Null Maw with brute force, hurling a semi-truck at its chest. The thing caught it midair and disassembled it atom by atom.
Uh-oh.
Stegmont muttered before being knocked through a city bus. Darkwing, Launchpad, Honker, Negaduck, central intersection. Darkwing fought like a storm, grappling, firing, dodging. But he was running out of ammo. His cape was torn, his body bleeding. Launchpad had a broken arm, but kept swinging. Honker shouted into a portable breach scrambler, but Nullmaw's energy shorted it. Negaduck hurled explosive mines into the rift beasts, howling like he enjoyed the carnage. And yet, they were losing. Every block was falling. Every defense was breaking. Darkwing dropped to one knee, gasping, staring at the chaos. Flames in the distance. Screams. The city on fire. He looked up at Nullmaw, and he felt it. The same helplessness from Goslin's grave. Only now, it had fangs. Breaking news. Global news feeds. Active.
This is not a drill. We repeat, this is not a drill. Unknown entity has erupted from beneath the Hall of Archives in St. Canard. Massive civilian evacuations are underway. Reports of widespread structural collapse and power outages as far as Duckburg and Spoonerville. Authorities are urging all citizens to remain indoors.
Every screen on Earth flickered to chaos. The White House. Oval Office. The president stood in silence, surrounded by shaken advisors. The secure broadcast displayed a live drone feed. St. Canard in flames, a titanic, writhing horror stomping through the city, and figures, small, valiant, fighting back.
This is your containment breach?
The president said, barely masking his rage. A general stepped forward, pale.
Sir, that's not containment anymore. That's escalation.
The president's gaze hardened.
Then tell me what I'm looking at.
A science advisor, voice strained.
We believe it's an interdimensional hybrid entity. Non-Newtonian structure. Reality adaptive. Sir, our best estimates suggest it's growing stronger the longer it remains anchored here.
Do we have a response protocol?
The president asked. The room fell silent. The general swallowed.
No conventional force will stop that, sir. Not without catastrophic collateral damage.
The president turned back to the screen. Darkwing Duck. Launchpad. The team fighting desperately. He exhaled slowly.
Then pray those heroes hold the line long enough for us to find one.
He faced his staff.
And prepare a global alert. This isn't just St. Canard anymore.
London. Parliament emergency session. A sea of ministers gaped at a projection screen. The live feed from St. Canard flickered with static. City blocks in flames, Nullmaw towering above the skyline. One woman pointed to the footage.
Is that Darkwing Duck?
Another whispered,
I thought he retired.
A defense minister leaned forward, voice low.
Is this containment failure limited to the city, or are we looking at potential spread?
A junior aide, trembling, answered,
Sir, early reports indicate dimensional fractures beyond the city limits. Peripheral breaches have been detected as far as the eastern seaboard.
A tense murmur swept the room. An older statesman, eyes heavy with decades of crisis, watched the footage silently.
My God,
he whispered, voice barely audible.
They're losing.
He turned to the Prime Minister.
And if they do, we're next.
USS Bellwether, Mid-Atlantic Carrier Group. Donald Duck, now an admiral in the Navy, stood at the command deck as the crew huddled around a monitor. His beak was tight, eyes hard.
Darkwing, you crazy bastard,
he muttered under his breath. The broadcast showed Launchpad bleeding, Morgana battered and burnt, Stigmut collapsing, and Darkwing Duck standing, alone, in front of Nullmaw, and then Negaduck beside him soaked in gore, back to back. Donald's feathers bristled. He recognized the stakes. He turned sharply to his tactical officer.
Are we cleared to engage?
The officer shook his head grimly.
Negative, sir. Dimensional instability. Central Command won't greenlight an assault. Too much risk. Breach contamination.
Donald's fists clenched.
They're buying us time. We should be in there.
The officer hesitated.
Sir, Launchpad McQuack is with them.
Donald's eyes darkened.
I know,
he said softly. He stepped closer to the screen, gaze narrowing.
I'll be damned if I sit here and watch them die.
The crew didn't speak. They didn't need to. They were watching legends fall. Duckburg, McDuck Manor. Scrooge McDuck stood motionless in his study, gripping his cane tighter than he had in years. The massive screen cast flickering light across the gold-framed portraits of his adventures and victories. Behind him, Huey, Dewey, and Louie huddled together on the couch, wide-eyed and silent. On the screen, flames, collapsing buildings, screaming civilians, and in the middle of it all, heroes.
That's Darkwing,
Louie murmured.
And Gizmo Duck,
Huey added. They're getting crushed out there. Dewey pointed, panicked.
Is that Launchpad? Is that really him?
Scrooge's cane trembled slightly. He stepped closer to the screen, watching frame by frame as Launchpad McQuack, bruised and bloodied, fought side by side with Darkwing against monstrous creatures that shouldn't exist.
Aye, Scrooge said quietly. That's him.
His voice cracked just a little.
My old friend, still flying into storms with no wings.
The boys looked at him wide-eyed.
Isn't someone going to help them?
Huey asked, voice trembling. Scrooge's eyes didn't leave the screen.
They're alone out there, lads,
he said grimly.
No one's coming.
Louis swallowed.
But that's not fair.
Scrooge's jaw clenched.
No,
he whispered.
It's not. It never is. But Launchpad, he's got a heart too big for this world, and right now the world needs that heart more than ever.
He took another step forward, gaze locked as Launchpad swung a broken pipe with his one good arm, defending a family huddled behind a wrecked car. Scrooge whispered,
He's in the thick of it, just like always. Heart bigger than his fists, and look at him, fighting like the world depends on it.
His voice dropped lower.
It does.
He swallowed hard. The unflappable tycoon overcome with something far older than pride.
My heart's breaking, lads, watching him out there. I should have called. Should have stayed in touch.
He leaned heavier against his cane, the fight flickering in his eyes.
And now he's back in the fire, for all of us.
The camera on the screen cut to a wide shot, Launchpad staggering but still standing, Darkwing half kneeling beside him. Morgana dragging an injured child to safety. Gizmo Duck pinned beneath rubble. Scrooge's knuckles whitened on the cane. And still, the fight raged on. Cape Suzette, Hire for Hire office. The broadcast crackled across an old radio-TV combo perched precariously atop a stack of invoices. The entire Hire for Hire crew crowded around it. On-screen,
St. Canard in flames, a titanic shape clawing through the city. Figures fighting in the streets. Darkwing Duck, Launchpad, Morgana, and others barely holding the line.
Baloo leaned on the counter, arms crossed tight.
Sweet skies above,
he whispered.
That's not a storm you can fly around.
Rebecca Cunningham frowned sharply, eyes narrowed.
Are there breach reports near Cape Suzette?
Kit Cloudkicker shook his head.
Nothing yet. But look at it. It's not staying local. If this thing moves into airspace, we won't outrun it.
He glanced at Baloo.
We should be up there helping.
Baloo's jaw tightened.
Kid, that's a war. You fly into that, you don't come back.
Wildcat piped up from the corner.
Maybe we could duct tape the sea duck with breach shields or something. You know, science-y stuff.
Rebecca ignored him, gaze still locked on the screen.
We need to prep the city,
she said.
If this reaches us, we evacuate. No arguments.
Baloo exhaled heavily.
Hope it don't come to that.
Kit glanced back at the screen. There, Launchpad, swinging desperately, side by side, with Darkwing as the streets burned.
That's Launchpad,
Kit said softly. Baloo nodded.
Yeah,
he said.
That crazy duck's fighting for all of us now.
They watched in grim silence, and the flames on the screen climbed higher. Central intersection, St. Canard. The sky had turned black. Null Maw loomed like a god of smoke and teeth, every step fracturing the streets beneath it. The smaller breach spawn poured through the city now, crawling through homes, sewers, entire neighborhoods. The Justice Ducks fought on, but the tide was drowning them. Darkwing slammed another rift creature to the ground, firing point blank. He rose, bloodied, swaying, surveying the battlefield. Launchpad was down to one arm. Stegmut limped, his armor shredded. Morgana's magic was flickering from exhaustion. Gizmo Duck's armor smoked and sparked. Honker was out of charges. Even Negaduck was staggering now. Gore covered, teeth bared in a snarl of pure rage. And still, Null Maw kept coming. For the first time in this war, Darkwing Duck felt the truth stab through his chest. They weren't going to win this. Not here. Not tonight. He touched his comm, voice hoarse, fighting to stay steady.
Justice Ducks.
He rasped.
All units. Listen close.
Around the city, the battered team heard his voice. Morgana froze mid-cast. Gizmo Duck's head jerked toward the comm. Launchpad, gasping, looked up. Even Negaduck paused, breathing ragged.
This is not a retreat,
Darkwing said.
But St. Canard is lost.
Silence. He swallowed hard, eyes burning.
We've bought all the time we can. If we stay, we die. And so does everyone else. The only mission left is to save as many lives as we can.
A pause.
Full evacuation. All teams, fall back. Save whoever you can. We fight to cover the civilians, and then we fall back. That is an order.
The words hit like a blade through the team. Morgana shook her head, eyes welling. Launchpad whispered,
DW.
Gizmo Duck's voice cracked.
Understood.
Stegmut growled, pounding his fist against the cracked pavement. Negaduck just laughed bitterly, blood in his teeth.
You should have said that an hour ago.
Darkwing's voice hardened.
I swore I'd never give this order. Never. But it's this, or we all burn.
Another breath.
And if we die here, no one will be left to stop what's coming.
He looked up. Null Maw, towering above them all.
I need you alive. Now go. Save who you can.
He clicked off the comm, shoulders sagging. And then, he raised his launcher one more time.
Let's move.
Global broadcast. Final cut. The news anchor's voice cracked as she tried to keep reading. Her hands trembled slightly, eyes darting to the live feed behind the camera.
St. Canard in flames, its defenders falling one by one. These are the same heroes many believed gone. The Justice Ducks, Darkwing Duck, Gizmo Duck. They've returned, and they're losing.
She swallowed, blinking rapidly. Off camera, a technician whispered, voice tight.
There's no one else coming.
The anchor hesitated, glancing aside. She steadied herself, faced the camera.
The question, now, is what happens if they fall?
She paused, voice softening, breaking.
And if they do?
A breath.
There may be no one left to rise.
The screen flickered, static clawing at the edges of the image as Null Maw loomed larger in the frame. Then, cut to black. Chapter 13. The Age of Collapse. The sky hadn't turned red. It had turned silent. Not just over St. Canard, but everywhere. What had started as a city under siege became a world in descent. Cape Suzette, refugee processing zone. The roads were jammed for miles. Families piled onto trucks, buses overloaded. Children cried in the arms of strangers. Every distant boom made people flinch. St. Canard had fallen. That was the only message being whispered from lips to ears, traveling like disease. They didn't know what was coming next, but they all knew it was coming. Baloo hauled crates of water with shaking arms, sweat cutting through the soot on his face. Kit hovered nearby, helping a mother carry her child off an overloaded bus. Rebecca shouted orders into a cracked radio, her voice hoarse, her eyes burning. The world hadn't ended. Not yet. But it was falling. Fast. Justice Duck's mobile base. Temporary refuge. Outside, Spoonerville. The team watched satellite footage through a jury-rigged uplink and saw the rifts. One over Tokyo, two above Paris, a cluster tearing across South America like knife wounds. Each city blinked, burned, then screamed. Gizmo Duck stared, numb.
It's everywhere.
Neptunia dropped her head in her hands. Morgana whispered something in a language no one understood. An old spell. A prayer. Stegmut cried. Even Negaduck sat in silence. No quips, no grin, just quiet rage. Launchpad stared at the screen as Tokyo flickered and vanished. His good hand tightened into a fist.
DWI.
He swallowed.
I should have done more.
Darkwing didn't speak. Not yet. But his shadow stretched longer than any of theirs. Duckburg. Moneybin bunker. Scrooge McDuck unlocked the final vault panel. A massive door shifted open with seismic weight.
This way,
he shouted, waving in his family. Huey, Dewey, Louie, Webby, and even Gyro Gearloose followed behind, carrying essentials and staring up at the glowing sky. Scrooge paused at the threshold. He looked back, watched the wind tear through the streets, then entered the bunker.
Seal it,
he ordered, voice cracking.
It started.
As the vault began to close, Huey whispered,
Is Uncle Launchpad still out there?
Scrooge couldn't answer. He gripped his cane tighter and said nothing. North Atlantic. Naval Graveyard. Donald Duck sat in a lifeboat, soaked, silent, watching the last of the USS Bellwether disappear beneath the waves. Burning wreckage surrounded him, jets fallen from the sky, ships cleaved in half by rift distortions. The sea boiled in places where breach energy had struck like lightning. Only hours ago, the Bellwether Battle Group had been among the most powerful forces in the Atlantic. Then the rift opened. First a spike. Readings they couldn't explain. Then a tear, wide as the sky. Something came through, half solid, half shadow. A mass of claws, and smoke, and screaming metal. The carrier's strike aircraft were the first to fall, vanished mid-flight or shattered in the air. The destroyer escorts had fired everything they had, missiles, railguns, energy weapons. It wasn't enough. One by one, the ships vanished beneath the waves, some pulled down by crushing rift gravity, others split apart by creatures that should not exist. Donald had fought to the last order, directing anti-air, rallying the crew, manning the bridge as the ship came apart. But in the end, the ocean claimed them all. His crew drifted around him now, dazed, quiet. The Navy was gone, and Donald just watched. No screaming, no crying, just clenched fists and eyes full of fire. Washington, D.C. Emergency Command Bunker. The president collapsed into his chair as the final feed went dark. Advisors shouted. Generals argued. He just raised a hand.
Get everyone below ground.
Sir.
Everyone. We've lost the sky.
Then every screen flickered. Every radio twisted into static. Every phone vibrated. A single tone. Then a voice. Cold. Controlled. Absolute. Director Ramrod. His face, masked by the F.O.W.L visor, appeared on every broadcast signal in the world.
Citizens of Earth, your world has failed, your heroes are broken, your armies are dust, and your governments are powerless.
He stood still, hands folded behind his back.
The age of uncertainty ends today. The world now falls under the protection and authority of the fiendish Organization for World Larceny. Your survival will depend entirely on your compliance. Surrender your cities, surrender your resistance. Your planet now exists under our jurisdiction.
He tilted his head slightly.
And remember this, resistance is extinction.
The feed cut. Reactions. Scrooge McDuck slammed a fist into the steel wall of the bunker.
He's mad. This whole world's going to hell and he's playing Emperor.
Donald Duck shouted into the radio.
Come on! Someone out there! Someone fight back!
The feed buzzed through the battered screen in Gadget's lab. Static, then fire, then Ramrod's cold voice. The small group sat frozen. Chip clenched his jaw.
This can't be happening.
Dale's usual grin was gone.
Even Darkwing couldn't stop it.
Monterey Jack slammed a paw on the table.
Blast it. If I could get me hands on that smug devil.
Gadget stared at the screen, eyes wide, fingers trembling on the controls.
There's nothing we can do.
She whispered.
Not at this scale.
She swallowed hard, voice cracking.
But if the world falls, we won't stop trying.
Beside her, Zipper hovered, saluted the screen once. Tiny and solemn. The room went silent. They kept watching. The living room flickered with the glow of the emergency broadcast. Goofy held Max close, one arm around his son's shoulders. They watched as Nullmaw towered over the burning city, as Ramrod's voice echoed. Mac's eyes were wide with fear.
Dad, is this the end?
Goofy swallowed, fighting to keep the wobble from his voice.
Gosh, Maxie, I don't know, but no matter what happens, we stick together, okay?
Max gripped his dad tighter.
Oh, okay.
PJ and Pete appeared in the doorway, just as shell-shocked. Peg followed, carrying a battery radio. Pete, usually blustering, stood pale.
We can't fight something like that.
Goofy just looked at his friends.
Maybe not. But if there's one thing I know...
He looked back to the screen, Darkwing still standing, still defiant.
Heroes don't give up.
The room fell quiet. They kept watching and hoping. And at the edge of the ruined mobile base, Darkwing Duck stood alone, watching the sky burn, the rifts swell, his fists clenched, his teeth bared, and something deeper than grief boiled to the surface. Rage, not the cold anger he'd carried since Gosling's grave, but fire, dark, unforgiving, total. He whispered to himself.
This isn't over.
They may have taken the city, the skies, the world, but they hadn't taken him. Not yet. Chapter 14. 1 year in shadow. The world had changed. 1 year after F.O.W.L claimed dominion, the skies were no longer blue. They were a bruised gray, rippling with faint rift scars that never healed. The sun broke through only in fragments, as if the light itself were afraid. Cities had become fortresses, or graveyards. The people? Refugees. Farmers became fighters. Doctors became smugglers. Teachers led militias. The world had been reduced, not to ruins, but to trenches, survival, and silence. Rift-born abominations roamed unchecked. Some floated above cities like godless sentries. Others prowled the wastelands, dragging the dying into black folds of reality that devoured noise and color. New ones emerged every few weeks. Mutations born of failed experiments and successful terrors. Entire regions were lost to dimensional drift, twisted into mirror worlds filled with static and shadows. The global resistance had no borders, just nodes of flame in the dark. And at the center of it all, coordinating the chaos, was a name spoken with reverence and fear. Darkwing Duck, Resistance, HQ, deep beneath the shattered ruins of St. Canard. The old subway systems had become command bunkers, lined with wires, generators, old tech, and modern desperation. Maps littered every surface. Red marks where cities had fallen, blue where the resistance held flickering control. A faded wall of photographs stood behind the comm station. Fallen friends, lost allies, heroes whose names were whispered before every mission. The wall grew longer every week. Darkwing sat at the war table, face gaunt. Feathers grayer than a year ago, eyes colder than stone. A scar now ran along his jaw. His hat sat beside him, untouched. He hadn't worn it in weeks. In front of him were data slates, intel reports, kill lists, dimensional breach signatures tracked across continents. But nothing that pointed to a real solution. Morgana stood behind him, quiet, watching. Launchpad, still limping from a dozen missions, sipped cold coffee nearby. Gizmo Duck maintained comms. Honker scrolled through rift frequencies, eyes bloodshot. Neptunia trained new recruits in silence. Stegmont paced. Even Negaduck, still chained, when not in battle, remained cooperative, grinning less, bleeding more. The world had bled nearly dry, and Darkwing knew time was up. He finally spoke, voice low but heavy.
We can't survive another year of this.
Launchpad stepped closer.
We're not going to.
Darkwing looked at the holographic map, one blinking red icon in the center of the Atlantic. A signal. A pulse. A weakness.
This,
Darkwing said, pointing to it.
This is all we have left.
Honker nodded.
That's F.O.W.L's central nexus, deep sea, shielded, rift core powered.
No one's ever come back from it.
Morgana added.
That's why we have to go.
Darkwing replied.
It's where they're broadcasting from. Where they're building new gods. Where Ramrod is waiting.
The room was silent. Until Negaduck chuckled.
Suicide.
Darkwing looked at him.
No,
he said, dead calm.
Redemption.
He stood, finally placing his hat back on his head.
One last mission. We hit the core. We sever the rift heart. We cut the snake at the skull.
Launchpad cracked a grin.
Guess we better fly like it's the last time.
Morgana stepped forward.
We're with you.
Gizmoduck activated his armor.
To the end.
Darkwing looked over the team. Wounded, worn, warriors. He knew the odds. They all did. But standing still wasn't survival. It was surrender. He nodded.
We fly at dawn.
Resistance HQ. War room. Pre-dawn. The flickering overhead lights cast long shadows across the table. A fresh holographic projection hovered in the air, 6 red markers arranged in a perimeter around a pulsing red core. The Shadow Council. Still operational. Still alive. Darkwing Duck stood at the head of the table, flanked by Morgana, Launchpad, Gizmoduck, Honker, Neptunia, and Negaduck, unchained, but under constant watch.
They've gone silent, Honker explained. No movement. No comms. Which means they're guarding something. Or waiting.
Gizmoduck pointed to the map.
Each of those council members has a personal defense sphere. Armies, breach-augmented tech, dimensional defenses. Taking them out one by one would be clean but slow.
We don't have slow anymore, Neptunia snapped. If we go one at a time, the others dig in or vanish.
Morgana crossed her arms.
We hit them simultaneously. Coordinated strikes, isolate, eliminate, no more hiding.
Launchpad nodded.
One push. All or nothing.
Darkwing stared at the glowing central icon.
And when they're gone, we go for him.
The others followed his gaze. The final marker. Director Ramrod. Deep Sea. Rift Core Nexus. Command node of every global signal. The origin of the end. Hangar Bay. The transport was an armored stealth dropship, barely held together with salvage and spellwork. Inside the cavernous bay, a small army of friends and allies moved with quiet urgency. Gyro Gearloose approached Darkwing near the ramp, a small component cradled carefully in both hands.
Here,
he said quietly.
the modifications you requested. Should give you a little more time if the suit starts to breach.
Darkwing took it, nodded once, wordless, but grateful. Gyro hesitated, then added, voice rough.
Come back with it, preferably in one piece.
Darkwing allowed the faintest trace of a smile.
No promises.
Gyro exhaled, stepped back. Gyro gear loose, then handed Morgana a backup power core and nodded stiffly. Webby hugged Stigma tight, whispering,
Come back this time, okay?
Huey, Dewey, and Louie, now battle-tested runners in the Resistance, helped load medical gear while Scrooge McDuck stood off to the side, his expression unreadable, until he caught Launchpad's eye. They hugged, tight.
Goodbye, old friend.
Scrooge said softly.
You made me proud.
You always made me brave,
Launchpad replied. Donald Duck, arm in a sling, saluted the entire crew.
Give 'em hell.
At the edge of the bay, Chip and Gadget arrived with a crate of field disruptors.
You saved more than you know.
Gadget whispered to Honker, hugging him tight.
Come back and save one more.
Honker managed the tired smile.
We'll try.
Baloo and Kit offloaded spare fuel cells, working side by side with Rebecca, who coordinated evac routes through a flickering console.
We'll buy you the window,
Rebecca said grimly.
You make it count.
Nearby, Goofy and Max hauled ration packs and emergency medkits towards the crew ramp.
Don't you worry none.
Goofy said, squeezing Launchpad's shoulder.
You give 'em a wallop for us.
We'll be watching,
Max added, voice tight. Wildcat slid out from beneath the dropship on a greasy crawler.
I tightened the whatchamacallit next to the rift stabilizer thingy. I think should fly fine now.
Monterey Jack and Zipper helped Gizmoduck load explosive charges, Zipper giving a sharp salute before darting off. Across the bay, allies exchanged last hugs. No one spoke of victory, only of fighting. One more time. Inside the dropship. In transit. Engines roared. Storms rolled below. The world burned beneath their wings. Darkwing Duck stood near the observation window alone, until a shadow stepped beside him. Negaduck. He didn't smile. Not this time.
You know,
He said, voice low.
I've killed a lot of bastards in my life, but this one's personal.
Darkwing didn't answer. Negaduck continued.
I meant what I said back then. I'll help you end this. Burn it all down. Ramrod. The Council. Whatever's left of their machine.
He turned to face Darkwing fully.
But when it's over,
He tapped his chest.
you and me. One last round. No mercy. To the death.
Darkwing looked at him. Not angry. Not shocked. Just ready,
If we survive this,
he said coldly.
you'll have your fight.
Negaduck grinned.
Good.
They stood in silence, staring out at the burning clouds. He watched the burning sky. No more fear. No more grief. Just the promise of fire to answer fire. Chapter 15. The Council Falls. The world didn't sleep anymore. But for the first time in a year it held its breath. 6 targets. 1 operation. The final offensive to dismantle the heart of F.O.W.L. Before the last strike against Ramrod. The plan was simple. Isolate, annihilate, and leave no one standing. The dropship roared through turbulent skies. One by one, at high altitude, the team deployed, vanishing into the night on wings of vengeance. No words, no goodbyes, just war. Launchpad grinned to himself as he approached the jump door.
First time I'm jumping out of a plane that isn't crashing.
He muttered.
Hope it's not bad luck.
Then he was gone. Into the storm. Target Alpha. Counselor Vulturetta. The Obsidian Spires, Eastern Europe. High in the jagged mountains where black stone towers scraped the sky, Neptunia and Gizmo Duck descended on an anti-gravity fortress wrapped in void energy. The air itself resisted breath. Inside, Vulturetta commanded drone swarms from a throne of bone and circuitry. Gizmo Duck burst through the wall on magnetic grapples, shouting,
"You're under arrest."
He had watched too many cities fall. This one would not stand. Vulturetta hissed, and unleashed waves of razor drones. Neptunia followed, channeling a surge of pressurized hydroblast that tore the room into a vortex of metal and blood. They didn't speak again, and they didn't stop until she was ash. Target Beta. Counselor Havoc. Rift Reactor Core. Arctic Circle. Stegmut and Launchpad dropped into sub-zero conditions, the reactor glowing like a demon's eye beneath the ice. Havoc stood in the middle of a containment storm, armored, in breach-fueled exoskin, wielding gravity like a weapon. Stegmut hit first, trading blows that shattered frozen stone. Launchpad zigzagged around power cores, planting detonators and taunting Havoc.
Hey, Rockhead. Remember me?
If this was his last flight, he'd make it count. Havoc screamed, drawing power from the core itself. Then Stegmut lifted him and drove him into the ice until nothing moved. Launchpad detonated the charges, and the core sank into silence. Target Gamma. Counselor Nix. Shattered Observatory, South America. Morgana went alone. The observatory had become a shrine of madness. Books floating, walls whispering. Counselor Nix sat in the middle of it, skin like crystal, eyes filled with stars that weren't born in this universe.
I dreamed you would come,
She said.
I dreamed you'd die screaming,
Morgana replied. They clashed in the center of the broken dome, spell against spell, horror against horror. In the end, Morgana didn't scream. Nix did. Target Delta. Counselor Grimm. Rift Graveyard, North Africa. The sands churned with rift anomalies, dead foul prototypes buried beneath endless dunes. Honker, who now went by the name Neuroquack, moved through the graveyard with quiet fury. Gone was the nervous boy of the old days. Now he moved like a soldier. Precision. Purpose. No hesitation. Grimm stood at the heart of it, an architect of resurrection, commanding the dead.
You're the boy who ran from monsters,
he said.
Not anymore.
Neuroquack growled, activating a pocket singularity.
Now I build the weapons that kill them.
The desert imploded, and Grimm was gone. Target Epsilon. Counselor Umbra. Submerged Rift Sanctum, South Pacific. A shadow tore through black waters. Negaduck. Alone. No plan, no backup. Just blood in the water and rage in his chest. Counselor Umbra emerged from a living coral throne. An octopus drifting between form and formless. Tentacles woven with rift energy, eyes burning with unnatural light. Negaduck smiled through a cracked mask.
Nice makeover.
They fought beneath the waves in silence. When he surfaced, he dragged her head with him. No words, no quip, just a grin of teeth and fury as he hauled the severed head aboard. One target remained, Director Ramrod, and by the time the world blinked, Darkwing Duck and his team were already coming. Chapter 16. The Last Descent. The ocean loomed. Dark, endless, silent. Beneath its surface, buried deep within the mid-Atlantic rift, waited the last beating heart of F.O.W.L, the core nexus where Director Ramrod had nested himself in a fortress of dimension-warped steel and cold, pure control. The world above held its breath. Across the Resistance's last channels, a single message had gone out. The team was descending. No one knew if they would rise again. But for now, on the deck of a stealth-modified submersible, the team sat in stillness. The job was nearly done, and none of them felt like celebrating. Forward cabin. Staging room. A low hum buzzed through the hull as final systems powered up. Weapon crates lined the walls. Emergency oxygen masks hung like ghost faces. The lighting was dim, by design. Darkwing Duck stood by the observation port, watching the black water roll past, his reflection faint in the glass. The weight in his shoulders had become permanent. Launchpad sat on a nearby bench, slowly wrapping gauze around his ribs. His fingers brushed against a photo tucked in his vest pocket. Goslin, younger, laughing. He pulled the gauze tighter.
They're all gone,
he said, not looking up.
Vulturetta, Havoc, Grim, every last one of those bastards.
Not all.
Darkwing said quietly.
Not yet.
Morgana stepped in, her cloak drenched from salt air.
We all made it back, but we didn't all come back the same.
No one answered. She sat beside Launchpad.
I killed Nyx,
she added.
Watched the life drain from her eyes. And I still don't know if she was ever fully alive after what they did to her.
Neuroquack nodded from across the room, voice distant.
Grim was smiling when he died. I think he wanted it.
Neptunia cleaned her trident. She hadn't spoken since the orbital array went dark. Finally, she said,
We've put down gods. What's left?
Hell,
said Negaduck, leaning against the bulkhead.
One last stop before the bottom.
He glanced around the room. No mask, no chains. Just blood on his boots and a look in his eye that no longer needed sarcasm.
You all thinking about what comes next?
Darkwing turned to face him.
There is no next if we don't finish this.
Negaduck nodded.
Good. I'd hate to survive this shit show and go back to paying taxes.
They shared a dry, exhausted look, something close to understanding. A quiet moment, final check. Gizmo Duck was recalibrating his systems with help from Gyro Gearloose via comlink.
All systems green,
he said softly. Gyro's voice crackled in his ear.
Bring them home, Fenton.
I will.
The team fell into a strange, sacred rhythm, checking gear, strapping armor, locking weapons. No speeches, no cheers, just eyes meeting, hands clapping shoulders. Small nods. The kind of ritual forged only through fire and loss. Darkwing Duck opened a small side compartment in his gauntlet. Inside, the component Gyro had given him before the mission.
Just in case.
He attached it to the core of his suit. The HUD flickered, updating. A new icon appeared. Dark Warrior Protocol Online. Darkwing exhaled slowly.
No promises, Gyro.
He closed the compartment. Outside the sub, ocean descent begins. Warning klaxons pulsed as the ship began its final dive. The lights dimmed red. Darkwing and Negaduck stood alone near the port again. Negaduck broke the silence.
You meant what you said?
Darkwing didn't turn.
About ending this?
No,
Negaduck said.
about us. One last fight. When this is over.
Darkwing looked at him now, and there was no hesitation.
Like I said before, if we survive this,
He said.
You'll have your fight.
Negaduck grinned.
No mercy.
Darkwing's voice was low, final.
None.
The ship sank into black, hull groaning against the pressure. Lights fading, breath held, toward the core, toward Ramrod, toward the end. Chapter 17. The Birth of the End. F.O.W.L Core Nexus. The Deep Sea Throne. Miles beneath the surface, at the bottom of the world, the heart of F.O.W.L pulsed like a buried sun. Director Ramrod sat on a throne of black metal and writhing cables. The control chamber around him was shaped like a cathedral built by madness, organic and angular, glowing with breach energy that warped the air itself. Screens flickered with seismic data, biological vitals, and interdimensional rift telemetry. All around him, machines hummed with inhuman cadence. He sat alone, and he was smiling. The Shadow Council was gone, burned, executed, erased. All of it, as expected, as planned.
They played their parts well.
Ramrod murmured to no one.
Martyrs, failures, fools. They believed they were the architects of destiny when they were merely footnotes.
He rose slowly, walked past the altar of memory. Images flickering of the Justice Ducks. Launchpad bleeding in a bunker. Morgana's screams. Negaduck's smile. Goslin's body.
And now that Duck finally arrives,
He whispered.
the one who clawed back from retirement, from heartbreak, from powerlessness.
He turned to face a containment pod, massive, pulsing. Inside, something not quite born, a silhouette. Familiar. Too familiar.
The perfect Duck.
He smiled wider.
No, the superior Duck.
He laid a hand on the glass.
All the planning, the patience, the sacrifice. Every moment since the beginning, it leads here, tonight.
The chamber began to shake as breach energy intensified. Ramrod closed his eyes and grinned wider. His eyes opened, glowing with something alien. Breach tendrils pulsed faintly beneath the skin of his throat.
You think this is about revenge, Darkwing? No, this is about ascension.
His eyes opened fully, blazing now.
And it's time I played my final ace.
Abyssal trench. F.O.W.L core perimeter. The stealth sub cut through the darkness, hull creaking under the impossible pressure. Outside, lights flickered as rift anomalies slid across the ocean floor. Shadowy things lurking in the depths, watching. Inside the sub, silence reigned. Weapons primed. Armor tightened. Final systems checked. Morgana's eyes burned. Violet. Gizmo Duck's armor hissed steam. Stegmut whispered prayers. Launchpad clutched the detonator like it was a lifeline. Neuroquack tapped his breach disruptor, fingers shaking. Negaduck just smiled, and Darkwing Duck stood at the hatch, pulse calm, eyes cold.
Breach point reached,
the pilot whispered.
Then we go,
Darkwing said. The outer doors hissed open. F.O.W.L core nexus. Outer ring. The water crushed in, then fled as the decompression tunnel cycled open. The team entered through the lower intake shaft. Weapons raised, hearts armored. Lights flickered in rhythmic pulses like a heartbeat counting down. The corridors were wrong, breathing, mutating. A voice whispered from the walls.
You're already inside the womb.
It was Ramrod himself. They moved deeper. Every step was a funeral drum. Every corridor, a countdown. They were in the heart of hell, and the devil was waiting. Foul core nexus. Inner sanctum. Access. The silence shattered like glass. Alarms shrieked across the base in tones that hurt to hear. Lights pulsed crimson. Rift fog poured from vents in the floor. And then the storm hit. From every hallway they came. Foul elite enforcers, cybernetic wraiths, breach-augmented soldiers, and stitched horrors that screamed in reversed languages. They weren't birds anymore. And they weren't just trying to stop the heroes.
They were trying to erase them.
Darkwing Duck. He dove into the chaos headfirst, twin blasters roaring with violet energy. The HUD pulsed in his eye.
Dark Warrior Protocol. Active.
He moved with surgical precision, dropping 3 soldiers in the opening seconds with shots to the knees, the throat, the skull. Blood painted his coat. He didn't blink.
No more running.
His voice was low, feral. A beast lunged. He grabbed his jaw and snapped it clean off, tossing the body aside like trash. Rage kept him upright. Only rage.
For Goslin!
Launchpad McQuack. A metal war-suited brute smashed through the wall, knocking Launchpad into a steel beam. He coughed blood, grinned.
Wrong move, pal.
He pulled the pin on a magnetic mine and slapped it to the thing's chest, then kicked it into a breach node. The explosion tore the hallway in half. He limped forward, swinging a bent steel bar like a knight with a sword. Every breath hurt. He didn't stop. Every blow was for the girl he couldn't save. Every step for the city they took. Morgana Macabre. A psychic shriek blasted from a rift-evolved telepath. Morgana ate it alive. Her magic twisted into dark flame. Snakes of shadow devouring attackers by the dozens. She screamed incantations that cracked walls, cast their own gravity. A blade caught her shoulder. She turned the wound into a hex, melted the attacker's brain from the inside.
No more pain.
She whispered.
Just death.
Gizmo Duck. The hallway was his. He locked his wheels, braced, and let every weapon in his arsenal unload. Missiles, lasers, sonic blasters, a whirling saw shield.
Let's see you upgrade from this.
He roared, mowing through mechanized soldiers like steel wheat. A cyber tank rolled into view. He charged it head on, metal shattered. Only Gizmo Duck stood up. Sparking, smoking, still moving. Stegmut. He didn't move like a bruiser. He moved like a juggernaut, grabbing a foul juggernaut and hurling it into 3 more. His armor cracked. His arm broke mid-fight, and he just screamed louder.
You don't hurt my friends.
A riftworm latched to his chest. He ripped it in half with his teeth. Neptunia. They came in waves, fire squads, breach beasts, drones. She flooded the entire corridor. With a single stomp, she cracked open a pipe vein and unleashed a tidal wave of electrified seawater. Bodies floated. She rose through it like an ancient god, trident glowing with ocean fury.
For every drowned city, this is your reckoning.
Neuroquack. He wasn't a fighter. He was the endgame technician. While the world collapsed around him, he ducked under blasts, ripped into power cores, uploaded virus after virus into F.O.W.L systems, security communications, rift stabilization. One rift engine exploded. Another imploded. He gritted his teeth and yelled over the comms.
Give me 30 more seconds, I can collapse their fallback gates.
A rifle aimed at his head. He spun with a taser, pulled the trigger.
I'm not the kid anymore.
Negaduck. He was poetry and carnage. Chainsaw grenades, dual machetes. He danced through bodies, laughing with no humor, his cape a banner of gore.
You thought this was gonna be even? You brought numbers. I brought hell.
He bisected a general, beheaded a brute, caught a grenade, kissed it, and shoved it into a rift creature's gut.
I was born for this day.
Blood soaked the corridors. The lights flickered between red and black, and when the final gate was breached, the team, scorched, bleeding, armor ruined, stood together. Breathing, but barely. Their enemies were dead or fleeing. The core pulsed just ahead. They had survived the slaughter, and ahead, in the pulsing dark, Ramrod waited. Chapter 18. The Superior Duck. F.O.W.L Core Nexus. Inner Sanctum. The chamber was cathedral-like, pulsing with raw breach energy. Monolithic data towers arced into a ceiling, lost in shadow. Cables slithered like vines. Screens played fragments of the world in chaos, as cities burning, people kneeling, rift storms spreading like rot. At the center stood Director Ramrod, arms clasped behind his back, cloak flowing with unnatural gravity. His visor glowed with cold light. Before him, in a containment field of mirrored energy, stood his creation, the Superior Duck. It was Darkwing's image, refined, sharpened, made perfect, sleek armor, unnatural eyes, engineered with rift-infused biomatter, augmented speed, and adaptive tactics, a god in a duck's skin. The Justice Ducks entered slowly, weapons raised, bodies scarred, and bloodied from the slaughter behind them. Darkwing Duck stepped forward, eyes narrowed.
You built that to replace me.
Ramrod didn't flinch.
Not replace. Evolve.
Darkwing's voice cracked with restrained fury.
You could have built anything. You could have done anything. But you came after my daughter. Why?
Silence hung heavy. Then Ramrod turned to face him fully.
Because you mattered.
He walked slowly towards them.
Because in a world of noise and chaos, you were feared, revered. You symbolized resistance. You inspired hope. And that was a variable I couldn't control.
He gestured to the suspended creation.
So I fixed it. I removed the uncertainty. I made something absolute.
Darkwing's fists clenched.
You murdered my daughter for certainty?
No,
Ramrod said calmly.
I removed a variable that could have unraveled perfection. She was the tether. You were the fury. She kept you sane. I needed you unbound, because this
He looked back at the Superior Duck.
was always going to require the purest form of you to complete.
Darkwing took a step forward, voice hoarse, shaking with fury.
I'm going to stop you. I don't care how perfect your monster is. I don't care about your plan. I'm not here for ideology. I'm here for vengeance.
Ramrod tilted his head slightly.
Then you're playing a dangerous game, Mr. Mallard.
Darkwing said nothing for a long moment.
Why?
He finally asked. Voice steel.
Why all of this? Why kill her? Why break me? Why build that?
Ramrod smiled. Cold. Patient.
Because I needed to burn away everything that made you a duck, a father, a friend, a man. I needed the grief to hollow you out, to strip away mercy, empathy, fear, to leave behind only pure fight, pure logic, pure vengeance.
He gestured again to the superior duck, its silhouette shifting in the containment field.
Only then would the merge succeed. Only then could you be the key to perfect evolution.
Darkwing's fist trembled.
Merge.
Ramrod's eyes gleamed.
Yes, the superior duck is not just a weapon, it is the blueprint, the seed. With it I will replicate an army, not to conquer a city, not to conquer a world, but to rewrite the multiverse.
His voice deepened with fervor.
First this universe, then the negaverse, and then Sagittarius A. The human universe, where a race of primitives called humans believe they are the center of all things. They will kneel before perfection, before the superior ducks, before me.
He turned fully towards Darkwing.
And it begins tonight.
Darkwing looked down at his left wrist. The bracelet. Goslin's bracelet. One violet bead. A little duck. Still intact. He stared at it, thumb tracing the shape. His breath hitched. His shoulders trembled. One tear fell. Just one. Then he looked up. Eyes burning. Voice razor sharp.
You say that I'm playing a dangerous game, well then. Let's get dangerous.
He pressed a panel on his sleeve. With a pulse of electric light, the new armor deployed, black and violet plating, unfolding across his frame, powered by breach-hardened alloys and Gyro's last remaining miracles. It hissed with silent fury. Gyroscopic stabilizers clicked into place. A repulsor cannon locked to his arm. A cape of kinetic fabric snapped into position, and the helmet sealed with a clang. Darkwing Duck was reborn. In his HUD, a single line pulsed.
Dark Warrior Protocol has been deployed.
Ramrod smiled faintly, and the superior duck opened its eyes. The heroes stood frozen, watching Darkwing's transformation. Gyro's tech glinting like obsidian fire, smoke rising from the armor's heat vents. Launchpad whispered,
Holy shit. DW.
Morgana's eyes widened.
My God, it's powerful.
Gizmo Duck let out a low whistle.
Gyro, you beautiful, brilliant lunatic.
Negaduck grinned.
Now we're talking.
Even Ramrod tilted his head, momentarily impressed.
Fascinating,
he said.
But ultimately...
He stopped mid-sentence, his own armor unfolding. Black plates hissed from beneath his cloak, locking into place with sharp clicks. Rift veins glowed red beneath the surface. A helmet shaped like an obsidian hawk sealed over his head, and when he opened his hands, energy blades ignited.
Pointless.
With a flick of his wrist, Ramrod launched forward. At the same time, containment shattered behind him. The superior duck stepped forward. Eyes dead. Movements perfect. Power not duck-like. Reactions broke into instinct. Darkwing shouted.
Defensive spread.
The team scattered. Ramrod's blade slashed across the chamber, carving a path of molten metal toward Launchpad, who barely ducked and retaliated with a jetpack blast that Ramrod caught midair and crushed.
Cute,
the director muttered, and sent him flying into a wall with a shockwave punch. Gizmo Duck charged the superior duck.
All right, Tin Can, let's see what you got.
He fired a volley of plasma rounds. The superior duck phased around them, then appeared behind him and drove a punch through Gizmo Duck's chest plate, cracking it in one shot. Neptunia leapt at the duck clone with her trident, letting loose a water cannon scream. He caught the trident in one hand, twisted, snapped it, then kicked her across the chamber. Morgana unleashed shadow serpents, chains of black flame. The superior duck stepped through them like smoke, untouched. He delivered a palm strike to her chest that sent her crashing through a console. Blood sprayed. Neuroquack tried to access a breach disruptor panel. Ramrod teleported across the room, slashing a glowing blade through the wall beside him, exploding sparks into his face.
You're a clever little pest,
he snarled. Darkwing tackled him before he could kill Neuroquack, dragging him backward in a clash of sparks and steel. Stegmont roared, charging the superior duck from behind. The clone turned. Stegmont screamed and flew back, armor cracked, bones broken. The room became a slaughterhouse. Ramrod laughed, his voice amplified and unbirdlike.
You see now? Your gods are dead. Your future is mine.
The superior duck stood motionless in the center of the carnage. Perfect. Untouched. Invincible. And Darkwing stood alone again. The others groaned, bleeding, broken, staggering to rise. The end had come. The time of this new god had arrived. Foul core nexus. Inner sanctum, seconds later. Smoke rose from crushed consoles. Blood slicked the floor. The team writhed, groaning, defeated, but not gone. And in the center of it all, Darkwing Duck stood defiant, until a shape rose from the rubble, limping, blood pouring down one leg, one arm dislocated, still grinning like a devil who just found his last match. Negaduck. He stumbled forward, dragging a jagged machete in one hand and a scorched magnetic carbine in the other. He stopped beside Darkwing, said nothing, and Darkwing looked at him, not with hate, not even wariness, just understanding. Two sides of the same blade. They shared a single nod, then both turned toward the monster in the room, the superior duck, and without a word, they attacked, the fight of all fights. Darkwing launched forward in a blur of violet light, his gyro-forged armor lighting up with rapid, burst kinetic energy. He struck first, a swipe of his plasma gauntlet blade catching the superior duck across the side of the face. A spark, a stumble. For the first time, it bled. Just a little, but it bled. Darkwing's eyes flared behind his visor.
That's right. I can hurt you.
He activated his wrist scythe launcher. 3 rift-tuned discs flew toward the clone's legs. The superior duck dodged 2, but the third clipped its knee. It stumbled. Darkwing followed up with a backflip uppercut, sending it briefly airborne before it stabilized with jet-boosted feet. Negaduck didn't follow. He dived at Ramrod, screaming.
You fucking bastard!
He slammed into him shoulder first, drove his machete into the director's thigh. Ramrod retaliated, elbowing him in the throat, but Negaduck grinned with blood in his teeth.
You murdered my crew. You turned them into fucking experiments. And then you tried to bury me with the rest of your science projects?
He smashed a detonation charge into Ramrod's chest and pulled the trigger. The explosion threw them both into a wall.
I'll rip your spine out with my teeth,
Negaduck growled, staggering up again. Ramrod roared back, summoning an energy blade. They clashed like dying stars, steel against steel, blood against blood. Back at center, Darkwing Duck was in it. Every hit counted, every move precise. The superior duck countered with impossible grace, parrying and striking, landing brutal hits that cracked armor. But Darkwing rolled with them, redirected momentum, adapted. Gyro's upgrades weren't just strength, they were intelligence. And Darkwing had the one thing his clone didn't: pain. He fought with every ounce of it, across the room. The Justice Ducks began to rise, bloodied, burned, but not beaten. Foul core nexus, inner sanctum. Negaduck fought like a beast uncaged, spitting blood, screaming obscenities, swinging with sheer hatred. He had no plan, just fury. And for a brief, beautiful second, he got through. With a savage roar, he slipped beneath Ramrod's guard, slashed low with his machete, and jammed his carbine into the exposed joint in Ramrod's armor.
Fuck you!
He screamed, and pulled the trigger. The blast detonated inside the armor. Ramrod screamed, convulsing as electricity surged through his core. Sparks erupted from his visor. His system stuttered. His armor cracked along the chest. Ramrod staggered, then activated his thrusters and launched into the air, blood leaking from his mouth behind the mask. Hovering above them, smoke curling from his back, he looked down at the chaos below.
You think this ends here?
He rasped, voice distorted. Darkwing Duck, still locked in battle with the superior duck, paused just long enough to glare up. Ramrod's voice twisted into a monologue, grand, cracked with pain, but unwavering.
This was never about conquest. It was about evolution, about transcendence. Your resistance, your grief, your failure, it all brought us here.
He looked at Darkwing directly now.
Merge with him. Complete the process. Become what you were meant to be.
Darkwing stepped forward, rage boiling.
I'll die before I become anything like you.
Ramrod's eyes dimmed with contempt.
If that is your final answer, so be it.
He raised one shaking hand and slammed it into his chest plate. A panel opened. Inside, a neural spike. He jammed it into his skull and slammed his other fist onto a console. The superior duck, perfect, unstoppable, screamed as Ramrod's essence poured into it. Data, code, soul. The clone arched back, spasmed. Armor cracked. Muscles expanded. Eyes burned red. Veins of breach light spidered across its flesh, pulsing with each beat of Ramrod's fading heart. And then it stood still. When it spoke, it was no longer the creation. It was both.
I am no longer director. I'm no longer machine. I'm perfection incarnate. I am the superior duck.
Negaduck collapsed to his knees, one leg shattered, coughing blood.
I'm out.
He muttered, laughing darkly.
Kick his fucking ass, will you?
For once there was no venom in his voice, just the ghost of a grin. He fell. Only Darkwing Duck stood now, facing something not born, not built, but forged from his worst fears. A mirror sharpened into a weapon. The world outside groaned. The bass shook, and the stage was set. One fight, one duck, one end, and this time there would be no coming back. Chapter 19, Shadow versus God, Foul Core Nexus. Cracking under pressure, the ground trembled beneath the weight of silence. The merged form of Director Ramrod and the superior duck stood at the center of the chamber, immense, burning with rift light, a creature made of war and will. Across the floor, Negaduck lay broken. The Justice Ducks were down, barely breathing. Lights flickered. Fires crackled. Only Darkwing Duck remained. He took a single breath. Then he spoke, cold and clear.
I am the terror that flaps in the night.
He reached to his belt and twisted the core on his chest plate.
I am the rage that screams from the abyss.
Gravity jets ignited beneath his boots.
I am Darkwing Duck.
He launched. A streak of violet fire cut through the chamber as Darkwing flew into the air and collided with the godlike entity with earth-shattering force. The impact shattered the ceiling. Then the one above it. Then the one above that. Each clash sent shock waves through the base, rupturing metal and warping corridors. And then they broke through the surface. Above the Atlantic Ocean, 35,000 feet, a massive explosion of light. Steam. Gravity torn in half. Two streaks of energy now danced in the air. One violet, one crimson. Darkwing Duck versus the Ramrod Superior Fusion. Faster than jets. Brighter than lightning. Their fists collided and fractured clouds. Each blow echoed like thunder. They rose. Fell spun. Rebounded. Darkwing ducked under a sonic blast, returning fire with a flurry of gyro-enhanced projectiles, one finally cracking armor just beneath the shoulder. The fusion roared, twisted, countered, lasering a bolt of pure breach energy across the sky. It missed, barely. Darkwing flipped above it, dropping a plasma trap mine. It exploded, forcing the fusion downward in a spiral. He chased, no words, only fury. Cut to global broadcasts. Live.
This just in. We're witnessing what appears to be some sort of aerial battle above the Atlantic Ocean. We have unconfirmed reports that Darkwing Duck is engaged in direct combat with an unknown flying entity.
News anchors screamed across networks. Military drones caught footage. Civilian phones went dark trying to record the flashes of combat. Duckburg. McDuck Manor bunker. Scrooge McDuck stood in front of a monitor, fists clenched white against his cane.
He's fighting alone. Where's his backup?
He said.
That mad fool. He's crazy. From the looks of that thing, you could say that he is fighting a god.
Huey, Dewey, and Louie stared, awe and fear plastered on their faces. North Atlantic, U.S. Navy remnant. Donald Duck pointed up as a sonic boom rattled the clouds. He clenched his beak tight.
Kick his ass, DW.
He muttered. Cape Suzette airspace. Observing the rift. High above the shimmering clouds, the sea duck banked hard, caught in the shock wave of something monstrous. Baloo gritted his teeth, gripping the controls with white-knuckled paws.
Kit, you seeing this?
He yelled. Outside the cockpit window, two shadows danced through the clouds, one cloaked in violet fury, the other a grotesque fusion of metal and malice.
That's Darkwing Duck.
Kit Cloudkicker breathed. From the navigator's seat, Rebecca Cunningham shielded her eyes.
Is that thing he's fighting even a duck anymore?
The sky cracked with fire as the fusion form of Superior Duck / Ramrod unleashed a pulse of dimensional static. Baloo steadied the sea duck, awe and fear tangled in his chest.
I've seen a lot of sky duels in my day, kid, but that ain't a dogfight. That's a reckoning.
And through the roiling clouds, the violet flash of Darkwing's cape burned like a promise. Duckburg, refugee hub. Webby dropped her food tray as she looked to the skies.
That's him.
She whispered.
He came back.
Resistance outposts. Worldwide. Crowds gathered around battered televisions. Some cried, some prayed. All watched as Darkwing Duck, bruised and blazing, fought a monster in the sky. Spoonerville, Max and Goof's house. The living room was dark, lit only by the pale flicker of a cracked television.
Maxie, turn it up,
Goofy said quietly. Max obeyed. On screen, Darkwing Duck and the Fusion battling above St. Canard. Pete stood in the doorway, arms crossed tight.
This is it.
Max whispered.
This has to be it.
PJ was crying again.
I don't know how Darkwing Duck is doing it, but he's the only one still fighting.
Goofy reached across and put a hand on his son's shoulder.
I used to think he was just a clown.
Goofy murmured.
We were wrong.
Silence.
Please, let him win.
Goofy whispered.
Please, Darkwing Duck, we need you.
And together in a house that had lost its light, they watched the sky burn, whispering silent prayers to a duck they'd never met. Back in the sky, Darkwing dove beneath a beam, looped up, and slammed both feet into the entity's chest. The fusion twisted, grabbed him, and hurled him into the clouds. Lightning crackled. Rain began to fall, and above it all, their silhouettes danced like titans above the Atlantic, 50,000 feet. The sky burned violet and red. Darkwing Duck flew, with engines screaming at maximum output. He unleashed a breach pulse round, cracking the Fusion's chest plate.
You are obsolete,
it bellowed. Darkwing didn't answer. He just dove. The final descent. They collided midair. A shockwave erupted as both figures locked. They plummeted, faster, harder. The clouds parted. The ocean blurred. And below, the shattered ruins of St. Canard rose to meet them. St. Canard. Ground zero. The impact shook the earth. Buildings collapsed. They landed in a scar. Darkwing Duck rolled out of the crater, armor sparking, one arm dislocated. The fusion entity landed, twitching with unstable energy. Darkwing stood, cracked his neck, raised his fists again.
Still you fight.
Darkwing's voice was hoarse.
This is where it started. This city, my daughter, you.
He activated his last reserve cell.
Let's end it right.
The ground battle begins. They charged. Each blow crumbled what was left of St. Canard. They fought in the ruins of his past. Every punch a requiem. Every clash a scream for the dead. And the world watched. Ruins of St. Canard. Ground Zero. The fusion entity roared, a sound that bent the air, and charged Darkwing Duck like a living storm. Before he could react, the creature was on him. A massive metal fist slammed into his faceplate. Once, twice, 3 times. The HUD flickered, fractured red lines.
Warning. System damage critical.
4, 5. Blood filled his mouth. His ribs cracked. 6, 7. His arms fell limp at his sides. 8. The visor spider-webbed with fractures. His left eye swelled shut. Breath rattled in his chest like broken glass. 9. The final punch drove him halfway into the rubble, armor screeching as it tore against steel and concrete. He couldn't move, could barely think. HUD flashed red, fading fast.
Critical overload. System shutdown imminent. Motor functions offline. Vitals unstable.
Everything dimmed. His heartbeat slowed. Cold crept into his bones. Darkwing Duck whispered, voice a broken thread.
I failed.
Then, a voice. Faint. Warm. Real.
You didn't fail me, Dad.
His eyes fluttered, barely able to open.
You never did.
A shape flickered in the static haze of his dying mind. Goslin, smiling, proud.
Get up.
His vision swam. Limbs unresponsive.
I can't.
You promised.
Promised?
You promised to be Darkwing Duck. You promised to never leave me. You promised to always keep fighting. I love you, Dad.
A pause.
Finish this.
And through the blur, through the roar of failing systems, through the blood in his throat, something sparked, something refused. Darkwing Duck's voice, barely a whisper.
Activate Deadman's protocol.
A pause. The suit hesitated.
Command accepted. Deadman's protocol, failsafe mode, engaged. Warning, lethal risk, 97.8% probability. Proceeding.
Emergency systems flared to life. Adrenaline injectors hissed, spiking raw survival instinct into his veins. Energy reserves flooded into the damaged suit, forcing it beyond its limits. Heat warnings screamed, metal groaned, fibers burned, but the servos locked. Voltage surged through shattered circuits, fusing broken systems into a single furious whole. Pain drowned him. Every nerve screamed, and somewhere deep inside, beneath the agony, beneath the grief, beneath the ruin, a voice echoed again.
Be Darkwing Duck.
He gasped, coughed blood, one hand trembling. And then he rose. Across the battered world, every screen still flickering caught the image. Darkwing Duck, broken, bleeding, eyes blazing, rising once more through the ash.
I'm the reckoning.
Suit stabilizer coils. Surge boost initiated.
He rose, and behind him, through blood and smoke, the Justice Ducks began to rise. Again.
You don't know when to quit.
You're right, because you're not facing just me anymore. I've got the whole damn world behind me.
He engaged one final time. The boots fired. The broken gauntlet roared. He tackled the fusion. They crashed through ruins, exchanging blows. Each punch cracked more armor. He ripped a stabilizer core. He shoved a det pack.
Boom.
The explosion tore half the entity's face off. Still it stood. Still he fought. They circled, limbs shaking. Breathing labored, staring eye to eye. The final round had begun, and only one would walk away. Chapter 20. Legacy. Worldwide broadcast. 30,000 feet above the Atlantic, the skies over St. Canard were a storm of fire and ash. From space, the battle below looked like a sun dying. But on Earth, every screen, every radio, every live stream, all eyes were on them. The monitor flickered, static, threatening to drown the signal. Scrooge McDuck leaned forward, gripping the desk, whispering,
"Come on, lad. Just one more punch."
Huey, Dewey, and Louie clutched each other in silence, not blinking, not breathing. Resistance HQ, mobile relay. The Justice Ducks, Morgana, Gizmo Duck, Neptunia, Stegmut, Launchpad, and Honker watched from a flickering projection unit. Bloodied, battered, holding each other up. Launchpad whispered, voice ragged.
He's gonna do it. I know he will.
Resistance Medical Wing, Shadow Bay. Negaduck lay in a reinforced stasis unit, half his body bound in cybernetic stabilizers, one arm missing, deep burns across his face. He refused sedation, insisted on watching. The screen showed Darkwing Duck, armor failing, on his knees. The fusion loomed. Negaduck said nothing. Then he saw it. The flicker in Darkwing's eyes. The reversal. The comeback. His lip curled. Not in amusement, but something rarer. Recognition.
Good,
He whispered.
Come on, you son of a bitch. Show 'em. Burn the whole bastard down.
His one working hand clenched the side of the bed.
Prove it wasn't luck all those years. Prove it was you.
Under his breath.
Don't make me regret not killing you when I had the chance.
And then, for the first time in years, he felt something close to pride. Twisted, bitter, but real, in the ruins of St. Canard. Ash fell like snow. Two figures stood beneath a fractured skyline. Darkwing Duck, bloodied, limping, gauntlet sparking. The superior duck / ramrod fusion, cracked armor, one eye glitching but still towering. The world went quiet. The final duel, heart versus perfection. They collided in a blur of motion. Fists met steel. Plasma burst against alloy. Every movement now hurt. Every swing was fueled by something deeper than strength. Darkwing used the terrain, sliding under rubble, springing off crumbling walls. The fusion responded with flawless counters. But perfection didn't feel pain, and Darkwing did. That was the difference. A blow to the chest. Darkwing spit blood and grabbed the fusion's arm mid-strike.
You forgot something.
He rasped.
What?
Spit the superior fusion.
I'm not afraid of pain.
He ripped a backup power line from his own armor and jammed it into the fusion's cracked core. The surge short-circuited the beast, sparks flying. He leapt, spinning midair, slamming his heel into its head with a battle cry heard across the world. The fusion staggered, and finally knelt. Darkwing stood over it, exhausted, barely upright. The gauntlet blinked red.
Power critical. Core collapse imminent.
The fusion looked up, fractured.
You can't kill an idea.
Darkwing raised his arm.
No, but I can bury it.
He activated the final override. A compressed rift core pulse lit the gauntlet, and he fired. The blast pierced the fusion's heart. The fusion screamed. Then it was gone. Silence. Only wind. Darkwing fell to one knee. The world held its breath. Then he stood. And across every screen, through static and smoke, they saw it. Darkwing Duck, standing tall beneath the shattered sky, cape torn, bloodied, but alive. The duck who wouldn't fall. At Resistance HQ, the Justice Duck surged forward, gasps and tears. Morgana pressed a shaking hand to the screen. Launchpad whispered,
"That's my friend."
Every screen, every city, every soul roared. Darkwing looked to the sky, breath ragged, and whispered through the blood and smoke.
For you, Goslin.
Epilogue. The Last Shadow. 1 month after the fall of F.O.W.L. The world was silent. Not in fear this time, but in peace. Not in triumph. Not in defeat, just silence. Because peace always comes softly. The skies had cleared. The rift scars were gone. The broadcast had ceased. And slowly, the world began to breathe again. St. Canard, Ground Zero. The city was being rebuilt, not with skyscrapers, but with shelters, gardens, and memorials. A towering statue stood at the epicenters of the final battlefield. Darkwing Duck, cape flowing, arm raised not in violence, but in protection. Beneath him, etched in stone, he fought not for glory, but for tomorrow. At the base, Goslin's name was carved beside dozens of others. A place for grief, a place for remembrance. Duckburg, Town Square. Children laughed again. Huey, Dewey, and Louie handed out care kits. Scrooge McDuck coordinated reconstruction funds and granted amnesty credits to former resistance fighters. Webby trained with local security teams. Their city had stood, and it would again. USS Bellwether Memorial, Naval Pier. A bronze plaque listed every sailor lost at sea. Donald Duck stood before it, saluted once, then smiled faintly as the wind blew through his uniform.
They did it,
he whispered.
Crazy bastards.
In Cape Suzette, the skies were clear for the first time in weeks. The sea duck soared overhead, trailing ribbons of color as Baloo and Kit dropped supply crates into the heart of the city. Rebecca coordinated rebuilding efforts with grit and grace, her clipboard swapped for a hammer as kids cheered from rooftops. Down below, pilots and dock workers raised a makeshift banner over Hire for Hire. Thank you, Darkwing. Meanwhile, in Spoonerville, families emerged from basements and bunkers into a soft golden morning. Max and PJ hauled planks to help rebuild the collapsed school gym, while Goofy handed out hot cocoa and awkward hugs that were met, this time, with no resistance. Pete didn't say much, but he worked beside them without complaint, sweat mixing with quiet gratitude. A battered TV set on a porch replayed Darkwing's final stand in grainy footage, and when the screen froze on his silhouette against the rising sun, the whole block paused and clapped, and for the first time in a year, no one felt afraid to hope, because the world was still broken, but it was still here, and that meant hope had won. Global news broadcast. 2 days after victory, the screen flickered to life.
We interrupt this program with a special report.
A weary news anchor, eyes ringed with exhaustion, stared into the camera.
In the aftermath of the battle that shook the skies above St. Canard, reports now confirm F.O.W.L's central nexus is gone. The rift scars are sealed. The threat is over.
A pause. The anchor swallowed hard.
And the duck who stood against the impossible, Darkwing Duck, was last seen walking alone through the ruins of St. Canard.
He has not been found since. But his legacy will not be forgotten. The camera panned slightly as breaking text scrolled across the screen.
President to address the world shortly.
And now we take you live to the White House, where President Mickey Mouse is preparing to address a recovering planet.
The feed cut. The White House press room appeared. Crowded, tense. Cameras flashed. Then, Mickey Mouse, dressed in a crisp formal jacket, ears shadowed slightly beneath the weight of history, approached the podium. A hush fell over the room. He placed both hands on the stand. His voice, when it came, was steady but thick with emotion.
My fellow citizens of Earth, today we remember those we lost. We honor those who stood. And we look to a tomorrow built not on fear, but on hope. Let us never forget the heroes who rose when the world needed them most. And let us remember, when one duck stood against the dark, he stood for us all.
The cameras flashed once more, and the world listened. Resistance HQ, Justice Wing. The Justice Ducks were legends now, but not statues. Morgana returned to her arcane sanctuary, guiding wayward spirits to peace. Launchpad helped build homes for families with nowhere left to go. Gizmo Duck worked side by side with engineers, turning weapons of war into tools of growth. Neptunia and Stegmut led relief efforts across flooded islands and wastelands. Honker became head of Rift technology regulation. But above all, they stood as proof that heroes do rise again. And when they gathered now, rare, unannounced, it wasn't to plan wars. It was to remember. Darkwing Duck? He disappeared. Some said he died after the final battle. Others said he turned into the wind itself. The truth? It was quieter than that. He simply walked away. 1 year later, somewhere forgotten, an abandoned field. Overgrown, quiet, The sun filtered through clouds above. Two figures stood, 20 paces apart. Darkwing Duck in his original purple cape and cowl, his eyes older, wearier, a new scar along his jaw, no gadgets, no armor, just him, and across from him. Duck, fully healed, his suit stitched perfectly back into that terrifying crimson-yellow gleam. Augmented? Repaired? One arm clearly cybernetic, but his grin? Exactly the same. They stared at each other. No words at first. Then Darkwing spoke.
Been a long road.
Negaduck nodded.
We burned half the world just to get here.
Darkwing looked down briefly.
Goslin wouldn't want this.
Negaduck shrugged.
She's not here.
A pause. Then a grin from both. Darkwing whispered.
Let's get dangerous.
Negaduck smirked.
Always.
They dropped into stances. No backup. No tricks. Just history. Just them. They charged. Because some shadows never fade. The end. I want to thank you all for listening to this audiobook. Be sure to like and subscribe to more from NyeBrian100 for more stories and content.